comes from finding opportunities in problems. And tonight, 8 of South Africa's most elite middleweight grapplers will look to find solutions in a great opportunity. An arduous task with a cash incentive and an illustrious title will be the driving force, with respect earned and a right to call yourself the king of the middleweights. But first, a stacked card of super fights that will see the contenders emerge and the future champions born. This is Submission Kings. This is Winner Takes All.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to Take Note Technologies. We have a sold-out venue. This is the Winner Takes All, number 3, the middleweights. I'm joined by the lovely Monique van Staden and the mighty Warren King. We've got a massive card up here for you tonight. It's going to be an 8-man tournament we're all excited for. We're going to crown a middleweight champion, stacked super fights, and as always, the Quintet. Monique, what are you looking forward to the most? We've obviously got a lot of action coming up. What stands out to you the most?
Ladies South African grappling. That's what I'm here for. I think, it's more love than ever at the moment, and I'm excited to see these ladies shine.
We're obviously going to be focusing a lot of attention on the 8 men that are going to step up on you after that 10,000 Rand cash incentive. The vibe from all of them was that means little to them. What they're really after is that illustrious title. It means a lot to take that belt back to the gym, show it off. There's obviously a very tightly contested 8-man, probably the tightest we've had to date. Warren, talk us through which name sticks out to you the most. We've had this discussion. What sticks out to you the most in the 8-men there?
I'm very excited to see the likes of Tian Kaba and Jelson Souza stepping into the 8-man. And obviously we have our number 1 contender, Mr. Christian Kamp. I think we're in for a treat tonight with all the guys. And for 10K, that's nice, but the belt is definitely what we were looking after.
We spoke earlier about you've obviously performed on these mats. We've seen your highlight reel a few times. Talk us through the energy, the anxiety, the stress of competing. Obviously, everyone here has competed to some degree, be it in ADCC or Submission Kings. What is the energy like coming out onto this big stage? Big lights, his face is right in front of you. Just talk us through it.
So for me, I think Submission Kings is one of the best platforms in South Africa at the moment. We get the opportunity to be really, really creative with our grappling. We don't have to worry about point systems, and we can just be creative and flow. So I think, if you can compose yourself under these lights, you can shine.
Let's talk about that, Warren. You're in the corner at times coaching guys. What is your advice to them? What do you say? You can see nerves coming through. You've had a couple of guys come through with nerves. How do you talk them through that? Obviously walking out on you, see all these faces staring back up at you.
For the guys that are making their debuts, it's obviously key for them to obviously get settled in here. 10 minutes is a long time, and for the ladies, 8 minutes. To settle in, get comfortable, and then start executing their game plan, A lot of guys come in here and they try and rush the first couple of moments, and they get caught quickly. So for all the guys making their debut tonight, it's key to settle in, right? Get comfortable, and then start executing your game plan.
We've also got 2 youngsters opening up the card. Yusuf Hansrod, who everyone's very excited about, the same as Reece Jory. They both got big wins. They're going to come out here. This is kind of the step up. You win from here and you're off to the races. How are you handling that as a coach? What are you saying? Where do we go from here? How do you control those nerves? I mean, both of those guys will know that this is all eyes are on you now. You're opening the card. You've both got a win under your ranks already. What's next from here? We decided with a win. So how are you keeping those guys grounded and leveled?
Well, I think it's pretty easy for their coaches. I mean, both those guys have had success in adult ranks as well. I mean, Yusuf has medaled at one of the adult submission kings, and both have already had their time on the mat here. So I think I don't think it's too much of an issue for their coaches and for them today. But I do think that the prestige of being the number one young grappler is what they're going to be looking after, and this opportunity to potentially get a berth into the featherweight 8-man is also going to be on their mind.
You mentioned the ladies. Obviously, that's one that's got you the most excited. You're in a way leading the charge for the ladies. We're trying to match up big fights for you. What do you think about the two matchups we have with the ladies here today, and what did your advice to them be?
For me, obviously Nicole is one of the best grapplers in South Africa at the moment. She is an absolutely great MMA fighter as well. So to see her compete against Carla is going to be really good. I think that matchup's going to be interesting. Going to see two feisty ladies on the mat tonight. Sasha and Stephanie, also a really great matchup. I really hope they both show us some leg lock games. That would be interesting to see. But yeah, if they can compose themselves, it's going to be two great fights.
Is there added pressure on the ladies to come out and perform? Obviously, you're carrying the flag for your gym, all the hard work you're putting in, but on top of that, breaking ground for ladies in jiu-jitsu?
I think so. I think, we are definitely taking up space in the game. And for me, that's amazing to see. If we support each other, get through the next 6 months of grappling into a new era of some women's South African grappling, it can only get better from here.
We have to look at the main event for the super fights. Obviously, we've got the legend, W.T.A here, facing a relatively unknown in Tim, coming from Cape Town, who's a firefighter. So already we're going to tick that box and say he's obviously coming with some kind of toughness. But to come out here on the stage for the first time and deal with someone like W.T.A straight off the bat, that's got to be a scary fight to make.
Yeah, I mean, props to Dejan for taking that fight. I mean, W.T.A's a 9-time EFC champion. I mean, he's an international MMA fighter, possibly the most successful EFC champion in the history of the organization. So it's a big step up, and I don't think W.T.A's ever lost in grappling. So I don't know much about Dejan, but kudos to him for taking the fight, and I think we're in for a good evening here.
He's also got the likes of Richie Lowe in his corner, who's a very seasoned grappler, talking him through how to deal with certain things. But what do you think are the things they would have focused on in the prep to deal with a guy like W.T.A?
Well, I think what's key is not to get under W.T.A. I mean, W.T.A's top game is world class, and his ability to counter the submissions and all the attacks coming his way is unrivaled. So I really feel that if he's going to be successful, he needs to get on top, stay on top, and start executing from there.
Fantastic. We have a really, really stacked card for you, ladies and gentlemen. Super fights. We've got Team CMH versus Team Swanlight in the Quintet, which always is a good fun. And then, of course, the 8-man we're looking at. We're going to crown a middleweight champion here tonight, the first time ever. We hope you enjoy it. Let's get into the action. Let's go. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, it is time to get into the action. The opening bout is a junior featherweight matchup between two of the country's most promising and upcoming talents. Fresh off an Achilles lock finish and a perfect debut, he represents SPG Bedfordview with a record of 1-0. Please welcome, from the blue corner, Reese Jory. His opponent too returns after an emphatic debut at the first winner-takes-all event, where he won with a very impressive Tarico Plata submission. He represents East Rand BJJ with a record of 1-0. Out of the red corner, please welcome Yusuf Hansrod. Okay, these are the two prospects that we're looking at. Obviously, we've got young Reece Jory versus Yusuf Hansrod. A look at the tail of the tape here. Obviously, I think Yusuf actually just turned 18. Junior featherweights, this will probably be the last time they compete in this age group.
Yeah.
And a win here, like we said, sends you straight off into the races.
So they've actually competed against each other previously in the gi at the AJP Continental Pro earlier this year. And unfortunately ended in a disqualification, just Reece entering the reposition.
And interesting to see straight away. You can see a little bit of expressed tension on Reece's face. He's at the moment's a bit big. He's realizing it now, and straight into the action. I'm interested to see the physical differences here, if there are any. Like, is one going to be stronger? Is one going to have a little bit more pressure on top? Interesting to see how they go about it.
They're very close in weight for the weigh-ins, and obviously very close in age. So I should imagine that there shouldn't be a significant strength difference. But I think they both like to play on the bottom, so it'll be interesting to see who executes their game plan.
Talk us through here, Warren. Obviously, we're in like a kind of half guard position, but Yusuf is not really committing to it. He's keeping his weight. Oh, and the little sweep coming here.
So Reece is trying to enter that reverse Dedihiva position, and then trying to obviously sweep from that position. If I was him, probably looking to maybe get to a wrestle up and get on top. But obviously his favorite technique being a straight ankle lock. He's obviously trying to enter the legs now. Yusuf is obviously very tricky with obviously establishing the control position.
Bit of a stalemate between the two. One of them is going to have to find a moment here.
Look, I mean, they've got time to work. 6.5 minutes to go. Yusuf's obviously trying to get the pass and then get to the top position. We saw him enter that Tarico Plata last time from the scrambles, but Tarico Plata was entered from the top position, so I can only imagine that that's the direction he's going now.
When you're obsessed, or let's say obsessed with like a favorite kind of submission, what are the risks for your game plan? You become like quite single-minded on that's what you're going to go after, and you're going to keep hunting that no matter what.
I mean, that's the reality of a game plan, is that the game plan meant to be a guideline for what's meant to happen, but while you're in the actual match, it's key that you have to play with what you've been given. You know, if your game plan is to take the back and choke your opponent, and the opportunity never arises, there needs to be something to fall back on. You know.
Reece starting to enjoy himself now. I saw him smiling, looking up, trying to find his corner to hear the voices, and really starting to enjoy himself now. So that's nice to see. Settle in, get calm, work your game plan.
Yeah.
And it's, in some ways, we've got to say the pressure is maybe more on Yusuf here. He's being billed as, you know, this massive up-and-coming talent. He's expected almost in some ways to win, especially by his team, obviously. So perhaps he's got to try and settle down and find a way to get where he wants to be. We're back into this kind of half-guard position again.
Yeah, so he's back in the reverse Dedihiva position. But you come into the set-up guard, and I'm not exactly sure like with the direction of the game plan here, because it seems like he's trying to get a sweep, but at the same time not willing to come up. Yusuf almost got that pass there where he had the like a Nogi Toriando pass, but the regarding and the guard retention of Reece has been pretty good.
And Yusuf being very patient, very calm.
I mean, I think that's the key here, right? It's like not to get flustered, not to get frustrated, you know? When you get flustered and frustrated, great entry there. But he has Yusuf with the potential back take. See, it looks like Reece is hell-bent on getting onto that leg.
Oh, it's got
beautiful back take from Yusuf.
And that was the risk of the entry there.
Yeah.
And like, I mean, credit to Reese, he recognized that he had gone wrong, but just
Yeah.
didn't have the ability to kind of avoid that back take.
But this is what we're coming back to, is like the patience, you know, like Yusuf didn't get flustered by the inability to pass the guard. He remained calm, and he knew that the opportunity was going to arise.
Well, pressure's turned on to Yusuf now. He's obviously got the dominant position, and he's going to have to start to find a way to find a submission. He's turned into
the
full guard.
closed guard. Now it's going to be interesting, because this is the first time in the match that we've seen Yusuf on his back with Reese on top. Drops down for the straight ankle, but beautiful entry for the back take there. He's got past the hip line, no? He's got past the hip line, and he's connected to the arm. Okay, full regard from
Both
Reese.
guys starting to turn it up a little bit here now.
Yeah.
Three
We've got 3
minutes
minutes to
left.
go before we get into the overtime section. What was key is, like, when Yusuf had the back there, obviously his upper body connection wasn't spot on, which is what led to Reese being able to turn back into the position. So that might be very interesting for the overtime section if we do go to the back control.
And at some point, as you're watching that clock kind of tick down, you've got to start to consider that over time. Like, do you step on the gas or do you tail off? It's a tough decision to make.
No, definitely. I mean, you know, they both had a little bit of a taste of one of those positions. So Reese might be more willing to, like, step on the pedal now, because he managed to escape the position twice now. You know. Whereas Yusuf might not be as excited to get into the back control position. Sure. But with that said, I mean, if they go into spider web, which is the armbar position, that's a whole different game.
Reese's guard seems to be holding up really, really well. I mean, Yusuf's been very patient and trying to find the pass, and just at the moment, just really, really struggling to find that pass. It seems as the second he's making a bit of leeway, one of those legs just found their way back in.
Yeah, I mean,
almost regarding.
Reese's leg pounding has been phenomenal here in this match, and his control of that limb of the inside leg has been really good. If you watch his grip on the lower part of the Achilles there, that's what's been key for him, controlling that leg. The only thing is that I would have liked to have seen him take more opportunity of being on top, you know. When we went to the close guard just now, we didn't see any major attempt to pass. With the winner here, does the winner get an automatic berth into the 66 8-man?
Correct. So the next one will obviously be the featherweights. Have consulted with coaches, and that seems to be the kind of consensus that they'd be ready to step up to the 8-man from here.
Oh, beautiful entry onto the arm. But the elbow slipped the hip line.
And we got to say, for two guys, blue belts, young blue belts, their technical prowess and know-how is just outstanding, man. Their level of jiu-jitsu is just incredible.
What's amazing is that for Yusuf, he's probably had the better positional control. In terms of, he's obviously tried to enter the back twice now, but in terms of attacking, it's been pretty much Reese with most of the actual submission attempts. It would be interesting in, like, a different rule set that would play massively, but obviously in the EBI rule set it doesn't really it doesn't really have any weight to it.
Yusuf's corner encouraging to try to get their finish now. He's on a position with a few seconds left.
Oh. I don't think he has enough time to set up onto it. He needs to get that hand disconnected from the body.
Time is up. Time.
Sure. That was
Great.
a fantastic attempt there at the end. So now, are one of the athletes going to call heads or tails, or is it just automatic?
So Kirk Bloom has offered it up to Yusuf, it seems. And what's it?
So now,
okay, so Yusuf has won the toss. He's going to select either to defend or attack. He has the option between a spider position, which is the armbar position, or the back. If he takes the back, which it looks like he's going to take, he will have hooks in and he will have a seatbelt on.
Yeah.
And he will be trying to submit or as fast as possible or have the longest amount of ride time. After this, Reese will return the favor and he'll get a chance at the EBI round to do the same faster. Let's see how it goes from here. So it's all systems on. Yusuf Hansrod is trying to submit or keep control, and Reese Jory is trying to escape as fast as possible.
For the guys at home that don't understand the position, it's key that you get as much ride time as possible, because if no submission is executed in the overtime period, then it's going to come down to ride time. So what happens a lot of the time is the guys go for a quick submission,
and
they lose the position, and then they got a very short ride time. Then the second guy that comes down just has to ride it out to the end.
So a very quick escape there from young Reese Jory. So it's all on Yusuf Hansrod here. He's got the clock against him. He's got to escape. Great
Needs a quick
connection.
escape, because
Yeah, needs a really, really quick escape. Time is not your friend here.
Oh, and he got a submission. Phenomenal work from Reese Jory there. Phenomenal work.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm here with your winner, Mr. Reese Jory. Reese, obviously a massive win for you. The next step from here, we've got the featherweight 8-man, obviously, with your coach's permission. Do you think that you're ready for that?
I don't know. I'll see whatever Yusuf's plan was. And that was the 8-man, so maybe. I'll see where it takes me. But yeah.
Okay. Very excited, young Reese Jory.
Yeah. Well, thank you so much. Thank you.
Yeah.
I love what you've done here.
Talk us through what it was like. You looked a little bit nervous coming onto the mat and settling down into your game plan.
Yusuf is so fucking good. Sorry. Yusuf is so good, and it's an honor to be on a stage like this. I love what you guys done here. I love the stadium. I love the stage. I love these new medals. I love everything. I'm so grateful for everything.
Reese Jory, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you.
Thank you, dude. The next matchup will see the arrival of two very exciting debutants who have been making their mark in a big way on the Submission Kings tournament events. First up, representing Constrictor Jiu-Jitsu in Pretoria, making his debut on the winner-takes-all mat. In the blue corner, please welcome Abdel Ghani. His opponent, a certified Gracie Jiu-Jitsu instructor, fresh off a very impressive competitive streak. He fights out of the red corner, representing Gracie Jiu-Jitsu Fourways. He too is making his winner-takes-all debut. Please welcome Nathan Thorne. will be tearing. These two guys have been tearing it up. You know, Nathan has come up in leaps and bounds. Abdel arrived here in the same venue, took us all by surprise. You know, I think stylistically, I think this matchup is going to be epic, 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 and I personally cannot wait to see this go down.
These two are definitely not strangers to each other. They both cross-train at FM, Cobrinia, Sunninghill. Nathan trains there more regularly than Abdel, but obviously Abdel is from an affiliate school and is trains fairly often on the weekends. Two very different styles as well. One with Abdel being very leg heavy and Nathan being very strong on the top position, and obviously from the guard he's been running through guys in the local scene.
Yeah, and interesting to note, if you look at the weigh-ins, Nathan requested the fight to be at 77. I didn't realize he's cutting quite a lot of weight to compete at 70. Abdel is quite natural at 70. I think he's comfortable there, but you know, he's a gamer. He wanted to compete, and you could have told him heavyweight. He probably would have still been here, you know.
Yeah.
So interesting to see. I mean, we can see now Nathan's kind of slowing down. He came out quite heavy in the beginning, and now trying to get into his plan and try and settle into it a little bit.
I mean, this is kind of what we expected, right? It's Nathan to take the top position, and then Abdel to start playing down in the bottom position, starting from the reverse De La Hiva, going to the half guard. He's probably looking to get under Nathan's hips and try and get onto the legs, while Nathan's obviously looking to get the guard pass and start playing from the top side control position.
And interesting to see the constrictor guys, especially this sort of frame like Abdel, the coach Calvin, they all adapt a very similar sort of style, but in their own regards. And you know, we know what to expect from them. I think if you spend a bit of time with them, you kind of have an idea of what to expect, and this is exactly it.
I think if you look at the constrictor guys, a lot of them are just strong bottom players. You know, you look at Nico Brits, you look at Calvin himself, Abdel. They've got a very strong bottom game. But they.
No.
Phenomenal entry on the knee bar there.
And it seems physically like Nathan really explodes onto things. He finds an opportunity and he's really, really exploding on it.
I think that's what we saw in that April Submission Kings tournament, where I think Nathan went 5-1 for the day, and a lot of it was just him just attacking the submissions, just getting on top and attacking the submissions. So he's quite a physical fighter, and I think that's what really does play into his like strengths. You know, like all his submissions are fast and hard.
Abdel going to get a bit of time on top here.
It'll be interesting to see if Abdel can get to the side control position and start working on that arm. He's got the far side underhook. Maybe looking to step around and start entering onto an armbar or a Kimura. Nathan obviously understands the threat that's there. Now just settling down for a normal crossface and underhook. What's next for these guys?
Well, it's interesting. We're obviously he's in on the neck there. I don't think too much stress for Abdel just yet.
Yeah, Abdel's on the connection point, so it's going to be pretty difficult for Nathan to get a decent choke going there. Okay, referee Serge resetting in the center there. So we're still saying, what's next for these guys?
So it's an interesting question. I think we've got to see where they belong, which weight category. I mean, obviously, I think Nathan can cut 270. I think Abdel's quite comfortable.
Looks like
70.
He's entering for the Peruvian, potentially. Yeah. Get a step over the head and then get that left leg over the back. Or looking for that little short 10-finger choke. I don't know.
Going to the back now.
Straight to the back. Oh, beautiful entry. But I think Abdel will get out there. His hip line's cleared.
Yeah, into the
mount.
mount.
Nathan will get straight to the mount.
And start attacking that left side arm, which is his right arm.
It's been a phenomenal match so far. We've still got 4 minutes of action to go. One more time. What's next for these guys?
So we take it one fight at a time, kind of see the performance they put on. I'm trying to see styles as well, see what we can find up in styles. This division at Sub Kings in September, it will be stacked as always, and we'll get a good idea from there, I think. But yeah, again, these guys, it's exactly the way I saw it. They're pretty evenly matched. I mean, obviously Abdel lacks a little bit more experience in terms of training jiu-jitsu, I think. So he's only going to get way better from here, and I think this experience is going to be great for his confidence.
Oh, beautiful entry there. He's onto the leg. We saw him in a similar position against Jamie Gemmell in the actual regular Sub Kings tournament, and Abdel unfortunately misunderstood the rule set and got DQ'd in that match. But he's quite strong in this position. He's going to look to enter onto that heel for the inside heel hook. Oh, maybe turn it into a knee bar. Going to keep rolling. I think
Nathan's just making sure that the referees saw the grip that he had.
Nathan, obviously quite an experienced competitor. I mean, realizing that rolling to out of bounds would have got a decent reset, which would obviously buy him that time to get the heel slippage potentially now.
And also think about what he needs to do to escape, like buying some time for his mind to just think about it properly.
Nathan kind of needs to hide the heel around Abdel's hip now, and then start rotating out to his right-hand side. So come out the side, and then he can look to obviously clear the hip line as well. But Abdel's got a decent connection there by the hip, and he's already got heel exposure.
And it's
slipped. It slipped. If I was Abdel now, I'd come up to the top position. Yep. That's good work.
You think that riding to the edge of the mat really worked in Nathan's favor there?
But that's the thing with the experience, right? Is that if you compete enough, you're gonna learn these little tricks of the trade, you know. A less experienced athlete probably would have just tried to conventionally clear the escape the submission.
Nathan trying to catch his breath here.
I think both fighters are really showing some fatigue now.
Sure.
And that's going to play heavily if they get into the overtime position.
Oh. You could hear the corner of Abdel Ghani asking him to be patient.
Patience is key, right? It's like with a lot of these guys, when they rush the position and they get a positional change, you know, like now we just saw a sweep or a reversal, sorry. It's a lot of the time that's because they're rushing the position, not establishing the control.
Nathan's starting to figure out where his physical strengths work with that reversal. And if you're Nathan and you're feeling quite comfortable now, I reckon you've got to try and put the pressure on. You're physically a bit stronger. You've got to back your cardio here, and you've got to really start to really pound the pressure on Abdel. Abdel might in his mind might have made that decision to really calm it down and catch your breath. You know, you've got a physical guy that's probably going to take your back soon. So really try and conserve. Oh, last minute dive on the leg here. Oh, he thought about the tap there. He thought about the tap there.
That was very deep on the knee bar there.
I think 20 seconds to go. I think
Nathan's going to have it. Oh, he got the sub. That's the risk, right? That's the risk. When you're going to be so offensive and go for the submissions, you know, you're going to open up to being countered. Phenomenal performance there from Abdel and from Nathan.
I'm with your winner here, Abdel Ghani. Abdel, it seemed like you were getting a bit tired at the end. Last ditch dive on the leg. Talk us through what went on there.
Yeah, I'm not too happy with my performance, obviously, but I was surprised he went for the legs. That's my specialty. So I just counted the legs. Obviously, when you give one, when you take one, you give one. So I saw the opening and I took it.
So would you say attacking the legs was your strategy coming into this one?
100%. I knew he was explosive. He's very strong. He's very athletic. Yeah, I just want to grow from this and improve, and hopefully I can come back here soon.
Obviously representing a young gym of Constrictor. Just tell us what that means to get that win and take it back to Pretoria with you.
It means a lot. My team is very precious to me. Nick helped me very, very much. Coach Calvin's the best coach in Pretoria. Yeah,
Your winner, ladies and gentlemen, Abdel Ghani. Congrats again. All right, ladies and gentlemen, the third installment of the Super Fight series tonight brings us to a very exciting women's matchup. The women's flyweight division is highly contested, and these two ladies will be looking to make inroads. Making her debut on the Submission Queens mat, she goes by the nickname The Mauler. She represents the Apex Army. Out of the blue corner, please welcome Carla Marie Carrera. Return to the winner-takes-all stage, and is known for her gritty, never-say-die style. She represents the House of Tinkerbell with a record of 1 draw and 1 loss. Fighting out of the red corner, please welcome Little Miss Feisty, Nicole van Wyk. Alrighty, we're going to be joined by Monique van Staden, chiming in against her former teammate and opponent and her sometimes training partner, Carla Marie Carrera. Two very exciting ladies. This is a rematch. They had an MMA fight previously in the same building. I think Nicole van Wyk won that by armbar. Welcome, Monique.
Thank you, Al. I'm excited for this one, seeing Carla and Nicole.
You've got a lot of experience between both of these
Definitely.
ladies. Fought with Nicole, trained with Carla a bit. Straight into the action.
Straight into the feistiness of Nicole. We're going to see a fast submission win here, in my opinion.
And these are two very gritty, in-your-face styled ladies, and this is what we came to expect. You've obviously got a bit of experience with both of these ladies. What would you say are their strengths and attributes? Like, obviously Nicole's very much in your face, and so is Carla.
You need to slow down with Carla, with Nicole and Carla. You know, if you try and match that intensity, they'll get the better of you.
Ooh, straight onto the guillotine here.
And see, they both bring their MMA style in, and I think that makes a big difference. We'll see who slows it down. And
they're both quite like heavy on the neck, heavy on the plum tie, really trying to like make it gritty and dirty. There was a lot of calls for this to be a combat jiu-jitsu match. Probably could have worked out.
They both would go for that as well. I think we're seeing them slow down now a bit. Carla's definitely going for her bottom game, playing for the neck.
And it's interesting, if you invite Nicole on top, it's going to be, you're going to take that risk. She's going to get in your face, heavy on the pressure, head into your jaw, really start to make it a bit dirty.
Definitely.
So talk us through here, Mas. Obviously, Carla's in on the double butterfly, or there's one out now.
So I think if Carla can get a good sweep here, she seems like she's trying to. And Nicole has passed. She's passed into side control. Let's see if she settles down. Definitely that crossface, that deep crossface from Nicole we saw at Submission Kings 2.
And this seems to be, and she's out. Oh. Carla thought about the buggy choke there, which obviously been spending too much time watching YouTube.
And
but if it works, it works.
Neither of them are actually giving it some time to slow down. But Nicole's on top. She's got a good mount position, a high mount position, and working for her triangle from top position. Carla's feisty here, though. She's got the good defense. She just needs to...
She's trying to pull those frames up on the hips, come out the back door there a little bit.
Carla's escaped the triangle position, so back into mount for Nicole.
Top
guard.
Yeah.
Top half.
Working almost like that kind of turning sequence. Let's break those legs free and get back to the mount, it seems. Crossface again.
These girls have tired each other out.
Yeah. They're very familiar with each other, so they'll know what to expect. And I'm pretty sure Carla's desperate to get one back, seeing as she lost in this year venue in an MMA fight.
I think Nicole will definitely work for her triangles and arm bars from here. She's good in her mount position. She's got really, really good top pressure. So we'll see if
She
can
stays really, really tight there,
really
Marsh. You
tight.
see that she's got that cross face there. She doesn't give up much space, and now she's settling into that mount quite nicely. But Carla doing a great job with the frames there.
Yeah. So if Carla's trying to escape mount position, Nicole trying to control the wrist so she can open up for those arm bars and triangle positions.
And very aware of her corner, which is great to see. She's
Yes.
listening to the calls from JP, clearly following instructions step by step.
She's a really, really intelligent grappler. It's obviously from the experience of the MMA as well. She's going for...
I like how she sits up and has a look at her corner. But I think she lost a bit of concentration there on that one.
Yes.
Interesting, you say she's very intelligent, got a high fight IQ. She's only 19 years old,
Very.
which is, the heavy forearm on the face there. Really starting to turn it up now.
Yeah, when you compete against Nicole, you know you might get into a half MMA fight, you know. So you have to be ready for that. So I'd like to see the goals slow down a bit, just give themselves some time to get into good lockdown positions. And we might have...
But this is their style, though, for both of them. You know, and this is why the matchup made so much sense straight away. This is what you'd expect. Two of them are just going to go. But Carla's going to stop. She's got to stop losing concentration there. She wants to adjust things, and Nicole's not going to give you a chance to breathe. She's going to keep coming on that double leg.
Nicole settling for side control position.
And I mean, if you look at, it looks like Carla's starting to get a bit tired here.
Yeah.
I mean, she would have had short notice to prepare here, and Nicole's always getting prepared. She's always ready for MMA fights and stuff like that, so she's constantly on the go.
Constantly competing. You can see she's working for the armbar position.
Sure.
To a favorite submission.
3 minutes left to go here. Interesting to note, Nicole van Wyk would like everyone to know that she's actually a really good dancer in her spare time.
It's a good fun fact.
Yeah.
And you know, for such a small lady, she's really, really strong for her weight division. I've had... Going high mount, trying to work for that triangle armbar position.
Just to carry on talking about these two ladies, when we asked them for a bit of information, Carla's motto in life was she always chooses violence, and she definitely got the right opponent for violence today. So interesting to see how two violent approaches match up here. And we got to say, I think Nicole's been dominating here for most of the fight. Definitely. But again, this is the interesting part of the rule set. You've got to turn that dominant time into success. You've got to create opportunities, and I mean, credit to Carla, she's defended well where she's had to, but Nicole definitely control.
Definitely. She's in the full guard position right now. I think if Carla can work for a bottom submission attempt, you know, break some posture, and work for triangles and arm bars. But Nicole's passed into side control again.
And she seems quite happy to get to side control, work the mount. Cross face coming. I mean, you can see Carla's kind of accepting the position. She's not turning up onto her side. She should start turning towards it, but that cross face is going to give her a hard time.
Going for that.
Looking for the buggy. Again.
Carla has head control, which can put her into a triangle position if she... And we're back into top position for Nicole.
Top half, she's happy, especially with an MMA background. She's got that heavy cross face.
It's really, really distracting when she puts that much pressure on you. So.
And she's quite smart about it. You can see it's going right across her throat. It's not really like driving into your chin to turn your face. She's really making it uncomfortable.
Yeah, she can maybe sub her from there, actually.
I'm sure she has. 1 minute just about left to go here. The ladies are going to have to start thinking about overtime or starting to put that pedal down. And now we can see an isolation on the arm there from Nicole. Carla's really worked that kind of shoulder trap like that quite a lot back into the mount.
Armbar position, and yes.
And this time she's on it.
Nicole,
great work there by Carla.
If she can get this finish,
the same one that she got finished with.
The same one, she came back. She had to get her. That was amazing from Nicole van Wyk. She's got a almost belly down armbar, but it was on the last 38 seconds. It was beautiful work from Nicole.
That's got to feel good. A second armbar on the same opponent in the same venue, and Monique van Staden, watching you get a very similar armbar to the one you got on you. Talk us through it.
Oh, well, I was trying to set up that armbar the whole time, and I couldn't get it, and eventually when I got it, I was like, I'm going to take it, I'm not going to leave it.
Do you think that sets you up down the line for a rematch with Monique?
We can do a rematch. I'm always keen to roll against Monique. She's a great opponent, and she makes me a better opponent too.
Fantastic. Nicole van Wyk, your winner, ladies and gentlemen.
Please get on your knees. Came from the jungle, up in the trees. I got a few tricks up in the sleeve. One wrong move, I'ma let out the big shoes, check out the crease. Blow like I'm Bigfoot, step on the beat. Make a man's run till he step out the cleats. When the whole place scream, gotta get out the. Yeah, I hear him chat to the noise. Move too quick, can't stop for the talking. I hear him chat with the boys. Not so tough, but man's keep walking. Yeah, just too sharp with the prize. White girls, better tell me I'm awesome. Yeah, hot like fire on the pan. Touch my please use caution. Stop that. Stop that. Stop that. Stop that. Yeah, I hear him chat to the noise. Can't stop for the talking.
CMH Group, not just your local dealership, but the motoring team dedicated to your vehicle needs. Whether you are looking to buy a new or used car online or in one of our many dealerships, our trained staff will be there to guide you. With our state-of-the-art service centers, products and parts, we guarantee peace of mind. The CMH Group isn't just the first choice, we are the only choice. Visit your local CMH Group dealers today.
Stop that.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, that brings us to the beginning of the 8-man tournament. 8 men have set out to make history in the third installment of the winner takes all. We will witness the crowning of the first ever Submission Kings middleweight champion. We'll also walk away with the 10,000 Rand prize. To become the champion will require 3 near perfect bouts against the toughest competition available in the country. In the blue corner, representing East Rand BJJ, please welcome Tion Gerber. His opponent rose to local BJJ stardom with a thrilling performance in the team Quintet, where he set up his team ultimately for the win. He has since gone on to show his progression in the Submission Kings tournament, where he won his division to book his spot here on the winner takes all mat. He fights out of Quebec, representing Chris Bright's PE Submission Fighting Academy. He holds a record with 0 losses and 2 draws. Out of the red corner, please welcome Jason Durant.
Stop that. Stop that. Stop that. Stop that.
Alrighty, let's take a look at the tail of the tape. Obviously a big discrepancy in age, very even on the height. We're talking about youth versus experience in this one. Tiaan Gerber back from a stint who had to deal with cancer. He's back in action. He's almost feels like he's been given a second chance at life, and he likes to say a second chance at jiu-jitsu. Jason Durant, who's really earned his ticket here the hard way, gone on, won his category, a stack division. He's got a point to prove, and he's got the style to really cause an upset here. I'm super excited about this one. Monique van Staden, give us your thoughts.
I think this is going to be one fire matchup. I think Tiaan Gerber has the mindset and tenacity to make this super, super interesting. I actually think he's a dark horse in this eight-man winner takes all. So let's see. Obviously, Jason Durant, he's been performing in the gi and the no gi really, really well. So we're going to see what he brings tonight. But ultimately, my money's on Tiaan for this one.
You say he's a dark horse, and it was something I referred to him as the boogeyman previously. I think the guys that know him, that have seen him on the scene for a very, very, very long time, we were talking about it earlier in his last event, the ADCC, straight up onto that arm, Tiaan Gerber, my word.
He loves his submission attempts.
And he's heavily on that arm, and that is Jason Durant is having to think over time here.
Yeah. Could change this into a good triangle attempt if he changes his angle a little bit.
I mean, Tiaan Gerber, oh, that's deep. But this is Jason Durant. He's so good at surviving. It's actually unreal. He is never say down, straight up onto the leg. And this is what we came to expect from Jason. Really going to give it his all. He wanted to be, I remember asking him, like, you've punched your ticket. There's some big names in there. There's some big boys. And he was like, you just let me know when and I'm there. And he's really working the submission on the legs here.
Entering the... He's got his knee line out, and this should give Tiaan the opportunity to get back on top.
Nice awareness there from Jason to look to his corner. Chris Wright, who recently just got a gold medal at the ADCC, bringing a wealth of experience. Look into him. Coach, where do we go to from here? And now Tiaan working the back.
Working for the back, beautiful. And he's got the back. So let's see if he can secure a good hip lock.
Onto that hip lock, yeah. Jason, very smart to push that top leg, controlling his hip there in the hip lock. But those long limbs
and
just keep coming.
Works perfectly for a good body lock triangle.
And for sure, if he gets that right leg free, that's exactly where he's going to go. Tiaan was telling me a story about his claim to fame in jiu-jitsu. Went into a Craig Jones seminar and asked Craig Jones if he would, oh, hi, are you here for the Craig Jones seminar? So he became the joke of the seminar, needless to say.
And he's working for top mount position.
Great jiu-jitsu by these two guys. Oh, out the back door, Jason Durant.
Could attempt a little back take from there if he gets out of that back door. But Tiaan worked really well to get his underhook there and work for the top mount position, which will give him, open the door to opportunities for arm bars and triangle attempts at the top.
And this is what you expect from Jason Durant. He's going to cause havoc. He's going to not go away easily, and he's going to have the style to ride you all the way to the death. And if you think about this eight-man setup, I mean, Tiaan obviously, like every one of these guys, will have the ambition to get to the final here. And one of the keys is to get there as fresh as possible. So when you think about your matchup, if you're Tiaan looking at a guy like Jason Durant, you know you're going to have to work to try and get rid of him as fast as possible. And Jason knows perhaps that he might not have the technical prowess as some of these guys, but he does always have that option of the overtime. Yeah. And if he can drag you out there, the more pressure it comes onto you. You know, you want to get fresh out, and he's going to just keep dragging you into deep waters, and he's so good at that.
You're looking at the 8-man, I would say, you know, if they get to the 4-minute, 3-minute match, you'd like to see them slow down and give more of a flowy attempt so they can actually finish and get into that next step of the tournament. So Tiaan's working for the top position. If he can probably get over to a good Kimura attempt there if he passes the half guard.
And as you're mentioning that time, Monique, it seems Tiaan's really settling down now. He's tried a few things, haven't really worked, but now he knows he's going to try and control these positions a bit better now. Jason is making life very difficult from that kind of bottom position.
Jason's probably looking at entering some leg positions over here.
But look at the flexibility of Tiaan. I mean, my knee is busy aching at how he's sprawling those legs out. I mean, it's incredible. And long limbs.
And this is from both of them. Both of them have really, really long limbs. So the leg entries and the triangle armbar attempts is what we probably will see mostly from them in each and every match. Really good top position. He's got a good little control of the bottom arm, Tian. Looking at attacking Kimura position.
Interesting to know Tian Gerber has competed internationally. He's won a couple of tournaments in Korea. I believe he was spending some time there, He's competed on the local scene against some of the biggest names, got some big wins. I think his last loss was in the ADCC. He barely lost some points to young Steyn de Lange, which is a tough task.
Yes, bringing that wrestling game.
Yeah. So he's a very, straight to the back.
Into the back.
Beautiful work there by Tian Gerber. And you've got to think for Tian, the pressure's starting to mount on him now a little bit to, again, turn this. He's been in good positions. He's got to start fighting. Oh, nice little arm trap there.
And he's on the neck.
I think Jason.
Great rear naked choke attempt from Tian.
Beautiful.
That was a beautiful rear naked choke from Tian Gerber, and he moves on to the next step in the 8-man final.
I'm here with your winner, Tian Gerber. Tian, obviously the first of a few to go. In your mind, what is the game plan coming in for a youngster like Jason Durant?
Plan was to finish me early, but he's a tough kid. Wasn't that easy. Kudos to him, and yeah.
Talk us through what's going to happen now. You've got to go back, get ready, rest up, recuperate. What's the plan?
Just to win, that's all. And I just give all the grace to God. He's the reason I'm here.
Your winner, ladies and gentlemen, Tian Gerber. As always, we would like to take a moment to thank our sponsors, without whom none of this would be possible. For their continued ongoing support of Submission Kings and the sport of jiu-jitsu, we give a massive thank you to the CMH Group and CMH Midrand. A very special thanks to Swan Light Lighting Solutions for their very generous sponsorship for this event. Blue Sky Sourcing for all the hard work and dedication to the growth of Submission Kings as well as jiu-jitsu on a whole. To our amazing host and technology partner, Take Note Technologies, who have gone above and beyond to turn our dreams into reality here tonight. And a very special thanks to Gasoline Denim Co. and Samaf for all the hard work put into these events and growing the sport. Right, the next matchup, we welcome a man who had the least amount of time to prepare for this competition. A week's notice is all he had. He makes his second appearance on the Submission Kings mat, representing the newly formed Creonge BJJ. Please welcome from the blue corner, Daniel Sussman. His opponent, hailing from Brazil and now calls Cape Town home, the only black belt in the 8-man tournament. He makes his long-awaited debut, representing the Pride Fighting Academy in Cape Town. In the red corner, please welcome Gelson Souza. Alrighty, very exciting matchup here with Gelson Souza and Daniel Sussman, who obviously had the least amount of time to prepare for this one in Daniel Sussman. Gelson Souza, the one we're really interested about. We don't know too much about Gelson, so we're going to find out right here, right now. He's got a very physical guy in front of him. Obviously, Daniel Sussman likes to bring the pressure straight off the bat, and let's see how this one plays out.
But Daniel Sussman's competed in Submission Kings before in our Quintet events.
Yes, he faced Connor Benton, who we're going to see later. They played out to a bit of a draw. It seemed like a bit of a frustrating draw for Daniel Sussman, that one. But interesting matchup here. Obviously, the pressure being a black belt coming onto this match with high-level guys, you know. We've been trying to get Gelson on here for quite some time. So,
and here we have him. So let's see what this match brings.
And interesting to note, Gelson recently won gold at a very competitive ADCC in Cape Town, getting ready for this. So, yeah, intrigued to see how this one plays out. And straight away, like I said, Daniel's very physical, very going to get in your face. He obviously wants to represent his gym well. So does Gelson, obviously Pride Fighting Academy down in Cape Town. He's one of the front runners and leaders of the gym. So, yeah, interesting to see how these guys go about it.
Got some good head control. Let's see who's got.
And I mean, worth noting, Daniel came in a little bit under 84. I think it was about 82 and something kilos. Gelson does fight in MMA. I think that's been a more recent thing, but he's definitely cutting a bit of weight to make the 84 kilo limit. I don't think crazy amounts, but he looks a big guy.
He looks like a big guy, very physical. And we'll see if they mix it up and bring some good wrestling into this.
Yeah, just a bit of a feeling out process at the moment, trying to figure it out. We're talking about physicality. I know Daniel Sussman did a 2.5-time body weight personal record squat, I think he wanted me to know about. So personal record squat before coming on to Submission Kings. Interesting to know. He obviously means he is strong and he came prepared for strength.
And Daniel's favorite role model is Nikki Rod, which means we will see some good wrestling.
We hope.
Some physicality like we are at the moment.
A lot of tie-ups. Let's see, one of these guys is going to... Oh. Daniel seems to have a little bit of a speed advantage on the shot there, but I think Gelson's staying very calm, cool, collected. He knows there's a long way to go to win this. So just keeping it all together.
Yeah, these guys are definitely taking their time. No, there's more matches to get involved in tonight.
Very good feeling out process here between the two. And it's going to be a matter of patience first. Who's going to take the risk first as opposed to who's going to stay calm. And it seems Gelson's kind of just rolling with it. He's not panicking too much. It looks like his corner, Richie Lowe's telling him, like, let's get it to the ground now. So let's see what he does.
I'd love to see a good double leg, good power double. Makes things interesting.
That's the thing. I mean, maybe Warren knows a bit better on this one, but like Brazilians traditionally spend a lot of time in the gi. You know, their takedowns are generally quite gi orientated. You know, and obviously Gelson will be spending a lot of time with some wrestling, especially down in PFA, getting ready for MMA fights. So he's definitely got the wrestling know-how. But you know, sometimes the basics of wrestling are not always there.
Good little foot sweep attempt from Daniel.
Yeah, he's giving Gelson a lot to think about, but eventually, like I said, one of these guys is going to have to take a risk somewhere. I think both guys want to get on top. I think that's the key here. So they're both trying to find the easiest. Okay, there we go.
Decided to take it to the ground. So good double underhooks if he can get a good sweep here to get on top.
Gelson staying very calm. Starting to elevate now. Oh, that's great elevation there by Gelson.
could end up in a full guard position over here.
And
well
great
done on
sweep.
that
Straight
sweep.
back up. Again, we're going to be at the stalemate between who's going to take the chance. We saw Jailson sit into the guard there the first time. And interesting now because Daniel, I think, wants to be on top. But after feeling the elevation, and he was probably going to be a bit more uncomfortable now. So now he's got to make, the little fireman pick. Nice attempt.
I might see my wrestling that I wanted to see.
And I mean, Daniel taking some risks there, and that's nice to see. You know, he's trying to find a better way to get on top and in there. He's probably looking for like a side control or a mount or that kind of stuff. Interesting to note with Daniel, like I watched him train. He's a big guy. He inverts quite comfortably. He gets onto legs quite comfortably. But definitely playing the big man's game now, trying to get that big takedown and get into side control.
They both definitely look really, really fresh for almost in the 3-minute mark. So strategically, I think it's a good way to do the tournament.
It's also worth thinking that perhaps Jailson has a strategy to get this one all the way down to the overtime and
get that
maybe he's got
back control.
Yeah, exactly. And you've got to think about those things in this format. You know, you've got a long way to go to win. You don't necessarily have to go hammer and tong at the first outing. So interesting to see how this goes.
Jailson would probably look at his foot sweeps again. Attempted earlier. If he gets control on the...
He doesn't seem like too phased about doing too much in the stand-up. You know, he's kind of like letting Daniel come to him. And again, that plays into the foot sweep, you know, like bring your pressure forward and look for that foot sweep. Daniel really trying to press the action. Great dig for underhooks here by Jailson. And now looking for the leg. But that underhook from Daniel obviously preventing that. So 2 minutes 30 left on the clock. Interesting to see if someone takes a risk or plays it safe here and rides out to the overtime. You got to start thinking about that now. So
to see if someone could pull guard in this position.
So in the 8-man format, obviously you're looking at a straight knockout. You win from here, you progress. You're going to go into the winner of this will be Tion Gerber, so you know you've got to see Tion and what he's all about. 10,000 rand up for grabs, and
getting into a submission attempt.
Jailson really excited on that. And again on the strong man, you've really got to get that position nice and tight. And I think Daniel's going to be.
Roll over into an armbar attempt in here. I think Daniel could exit the submission.
He's working on that Kimura on that far side. Nice and patient here from Jailson and Daniel, not panicking under the threat of the attack, which is great. But I mean, Jailson's really smelling blood now. He's really. Oh, and it's out. There we go.
Position and.
Oh, great finish there from Jailson.
Well done. That was a really good Kimura. To be next step in the 8-man final.
I'm with your winner here, Jailson Souza. How good does it feel to get one out of the way?
Oh, it's very good. Feel nice. It's tough fight. He's too strong. But yeah, you win the game.
Did you have a strategy to kind of play it safe in the first one or try and get the submission as fast as possible?
No. I know he's a strong guy. So I was trying to feeling beginning of the fight. My plan was pull guard. I tried pull guard on beginners, but he was too strong yet. I don't know, let's rest a little bit more, and then you pull guard again. Make him tired a little bit.
Your winner, ladies and gentlemen, Jailson Souza. He'll face Tion Gerber in the next round.
Blue Sky Sourcing is an innovative, all-inclusive solution for the procurement, fulfillment, and distribution of branded merchandise, display, and visual communications. BSS provides a turnkey solution for all branded merchandise that's fast and reliable, at prices that could not be beaten even if they were sourced directly. BSS provides clients with the ease, convenience, and cost saving associated with procurement and branding of products as a single solution, delivered countrywide. Blue Sky Sourcing.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, before we kick off to the next fight, just the man who makes all of this possible, I'd like to wish Justin Ferrier on his 40th birthday a very happy birthday. He chose to be here with all of us instead of out doing whatever he would be doing normally. Happy birthday, Justin. Ladies and gentlemen, the third matchup is one which is widely considered the one to watch. The most highly anticipated matchup of the round, making his Submission Kings debut, a man that needs no introduction. He represents and leads the charge of House Tinkerbell. One of the most highly anticipated debutants to date. From the blue corner, please welcome JP Tinkerbell Kruger. His opponent enters the mat as the #1 ranked middleweight with a record of 2-1-1. This marks his 5th matchup on the Submission Kings mat. He represents and leads the charge of Creon's BJJ and looks to continue his ascendancy. Fighting out of the red corner, please welcome Chris Steenkamp. Alrighty, here we are, Monique. The most anticipated matchup of the round. JP Kruger and Chris Steenkamp. You might have noticed a big difference in size and height between these two guys, but this is honestly where Chris Steenkamp really thrives. He wants to be known as a guy that takes on big opponents anytime, anywhere. That's his style. He's small for this division, but he is up. He is up for absolutely everything. Bob.
Yeah. How many minutes?
Righty. Excited to see this one. Obviously, a lot of hype behind JP Kruger in this one. Oh, Chris straight into it. And that's Chris's style. He's gonna attack, and he's gonna keep attacking, and he's gonna make his presence felt. I mean, he's got the experience. I mean, obviously JP Kruger's a lifetime martial artist, lifetime competitor.
He's going to be very composed, Joe. I think JP's used to a lot of pressure.
Chris is just very comfortable on this mat.
Getting onto a Kimura entry.
It's going to be tough on a man as big and as strong as JP Kruger, but you got to try.
Getting that hand in the face.
Good strategy here by Chris. Get a bit dirty. get in JP's face. One thing about JP Kruger you'll notice, man, there is not a guy that loves jiu-jitsu more than JP Kruger. He's smiling,
seasoned.
having a good time. Look at him. He's just loving life. This is where he's comfortable, man. I've never to this day met a guy that loves jiu-jitsu more than JP. You'll never see him on the mat without a smile on his face.
He's been doing it for years and years, so he's very seasoned in the sport. He doesn't bring the aggressive game, but once he's... I think Chris is definitely going to work from the bottom here, try and enter some legs or maybe work for his triangle attempts. He's got lots of limbs to work with for JP Kruger.
Yeah. And it seems a long way up to get that triangle if you, Chris.
To break some posture. There we go.
And Chris doing a great job, staying safe, staying comfortable. JP's obviously in a kind of top position, but behind the legs of the closed guard, so Chris doing all the right things.
Closed guard's a good position for this rule set because you can rest a bit. You don't have to use too much time, like we said in the tournament. It's about the longevity of your jiu-jitsu, yeah.
JP just seems comfortable. He's not trying to push up the pace just yet. He's just talking to his corner, having a good time. One thing I will tell you about JP Kruger, physically is insanely strong. Like JP loves to give you a hug, but with definitely a double underhook on the hugs. and he is insanely strong. Chris is really, really good on the armbar. In fact, his contact from Dylan Kerr Miguel came through as Chris Kimura armbar, something like that, and they refer to him in the gym as that's all he does, Kimuras and armbars.
Actually does enter the legs a lot as well. I think his leg lock defense is really, really good as well. Yeah. And there we go, triangle attempt.
And I think Chris will have a lot of confidence in this one. I mean, we saw him really play to the rule set against Cam Pritchard, a way bigger opponent, managed to run the clock down and win in the extra time. So a really great confidence booster for him to deal with bigger guys.
Yes.
But not to say that he's not a technical master. He's really a great technician, but so is JP. Also, I just want to mention, because JP will kill me if I don't mention this, he has had a plan to compete in these particular shorts for many a week now.
Special shorts. Yeah. Is this the lucky shorts?
Yeah, I think so.
It's just like looking at a shoulder cross sweep, I'm assuming from here, but still disconnected.
JP got a great base. You see in that sort of like kneeling position, he really gets those knees flared out and keeps that base nice and tight.
And keeps it super relaxed.
Yeah, look at that base.
So Chris is controlling the wrist to avoid that full half guard position.
I'm intrigued with JP's strategy here. Like he's got a bit of a physical advantage, but he's not really like turning it on just yet. He's staying quite calm and just comfortable in sitting in that position, but not really trying anything just yet.
But like we said, we need the energy on the for the long haul. So his strategy might be to get into that position, the back take.
See if he starts to put that head pressure on, how Chris is going to react. Great frames there by Christian Camp. Really staying safe. Keeping his head clear so there's no crossface. Using that right leg on the hip.
And now he's controlling the legs, which should give him opportunity to pass the guard.
I think JP is also quite conscious of the leg attacks of Chris. You can see he doesn't really want to come forward and commit. Yeah, JP Kruger having a hell of a time out there with a big smile on his face.
The smile brings the good energy. So very much a stalemate position at this point. Yeah. But I think Chris is the one going for more submission attempts and getting onto the arms a little bit more.
For those of you familiar with JP Kruger, you would refer to him as a kickboxer. He was a 5-time national kickboxing champion. He mentioned losing a MMA fight which broke his heart against Yannick Bahati, and that really forced him to go and concentrate on his jiu-jitsu.
Yannick Bahati's a fight.
So, great.
Set back in the middle.
Great ambassador for the sport, both of these guys. Chris, the evergreen competitor, and JP, the nicest guy you'll ever meet in your life on the jiu-jitsu mat. But one of these guys are really going to have to go after it here. I mean, you've got 2 minutes 23 to go. we really want to see the guys really turn on the pressure now. I think it's on JP now. I mean, JP's got a bit of advantage here in terms of physicality, like really put it on Chris and get it done.
Keeping it. It's interesting to see Chris playing the bottom game, but I'd like to see him enter some of his leg attacks. It's very tactical.
So if you're Chris now, when you're trying to get in on that legs, you're looking for a bit of elevation of the
Getting
hips.
under that, getting under the hips, getting under the armpits on the left side of JP, and then elevating through to the back.
No easy task to get
No
those
easy
hips
task.
elevated. Now
Chris
working that
is-
leg entry.
Yeah, I just need to close the gap on the space there a bit, and should be able to get in there, but JP staying very, very safe, controlling the leg.
I must be honest, I'm quite taken aback by the play it safe approach from JP Kruger. I thought he would have really tried to stamp his authority on this one, but too busy concerned with having a good time, I think.
That's what it's all about. I think we'll go into that.
Okay, back up onto the feet to look up at the corner from Christian Camp. 50 seconds to go here. Interesting to see the approach by both of these guys.
I don't think we're going to get the opportunity to see a finish at the end of this. But you never know. Chris turning it up a little bit more.
I think Chris will also know that JP's going to have some advantages in that extra time with the physicality.
Yeah.
You know, less than 30 seconds to go. He's really starting to turn up the pressure now. I think both of these guys have left it a little bit later, to be honest.
We'll probably go into extra time.
Sure.
And if JP gets the opportunity for a body lock.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, so this is more than likely going to go to extra time. The referee will do a coin toss. The winner of that coin toss will decide to whether attack or defend. They'll have the option between a back control or the spider position, which is an armbar position. Let's have a look on what they choose. Referee Kirk Bloomer pulling them in for the coin toss. He'll offer up Christian Camp in deep conversation with his corner here is about the approach. It's an interesting approach. You've got to decide, you know, if you're tired, do you attack, do you defend, what do you do?
I think you always go for the back.
Sure.
The back is king.
I'm intrigued to see, I mean, we spoke about Chris's love for the armbar. We've yet to see a spider position here at Sub Kings. Perhaps
I think the strategy should be right time, you know. We need to see who can, well, you never know. And we've got the back attack.
Yeah, back position here. Hooks in,
Smart
seatbelt
choice.
in for JP. Christian Camp already making sure he leans forward. Good
Getting the
defensive
hands
position on
in
the
the
hands.
middle of the chest.
Yeah, and the guys are learning now. They know don't give up any ground in this position, you know. And Chris keeping in touch with his corner here, making sure. Timer.
Falling to the choke side.
Okay. Great control here by JP. Hip lock position, really strong on that neck. Really, really strong on that neck.
Hip lock position.
That's a great strategy from JP. Keep attacking the submission, keeping that control
Chris
on the
fighting the
bottom.
hands really, really well. Going straight to the end of the lever on that.
And that's it.
Chris has very well done from JP.
Interesting here.
Less than 30 seconds.
I think Chris is going to take the armbar position here. It's the first time we're going to see this. Let's see what he does.
It's an interesting choice in terms of, you know, after 8 minutes of grappling. So
And
it's a hard position.
Very strong guy.
Yes.
Getting that
And
arm,
JP.
yeah, getting that arm loose is not going to be easy. So this
But
is the
I
spider
mean-
position, ladies and gentlemen. The first time we're seeing it at Submission Kings. He'll Kirk Bloomer bringing them to the center of the mat here. So
And
he'll
let's-
be attacking an arm in essence. JP Kruger has to survive.
It's probably going to take the best possible grip for defense from JP, but this is a really good submission for Chris. one of his favorites.
Chris going for broke here. Absolutely going for broke.
He's probably going to try.
Chris is going to shoot straight for those hips. You can see already. The second the ref lets go, he's going straight for the hips.
See, he has to fight.
Clock.
Submission attacks.
Oh,
Finish.
I think JP is just going to be. His strength is just going to be too much, but it's really, really, really tight already. His head's free.
His head's
really
free, so
smart there from JP Kruger.
He's got 10 seconds to make this happen.
And that's it. That's JP Kruger's. Well done, JP Kruger.
Fight. That was a really, really, really good matchup.
I'm with your winner here, JP Kruger. Seemed a very calm approach in the beginning. Was the strategy to get to the end of the time, or were you looking for that fast submission?
Yes man, dit is jiu-jitsu. Ek is net so freaking privileged om vandag hier te wees en my lyfie kan doen wat dit doen. So praise Jesus. Hy wou my bene gehad het, ek wou graag sy nek hê, maar dit het nie so gebeur nie. En toe nog ek, yes, as ons overtime gaan, ek hou van reën, ek het chokes, so it's pretty cool. En Chris is kakgoed. En ek was baie bitter bang vir daai bene wat hy speel gros. Maar ag man, praise Jesus, wat 'n lekker aand. Awesome, dankie.
JP Kruger off to the next round. The last matchup of the round is a massively exciting matchup with the youngest competitor in the 8-man pitted against an opponent 10 years his senior. Introducing first from the blue corner. He fights out of Cape Town, representing Henzo Gracie Cape Town. Fresh off a surge, but very impressive tournament wins, including double gold at ACC and Submission Kings. Please welcome the number 6 ranked welterweight, Conor Sheehan Benthian. His opponent reigns from the small town of Heidelberg and is looking to showcase his hometown gym, Ability Academy. He makes his debut from the red corner. Please welcome, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Stefan Pretorius. right, ladies and gentlemen, as said, Stefan Pretorius, 10 years the senior of young Connor Benthien. This is a matchup I'm super intrigued by. Obviously, Connor is the talk of the town at the moment in the competitive scene. Stefan Pretorius, again, we're going to refer to him as a kickboxer, but honestly, great jiu-jitsu, big physical guy.
The hilarious part about Stefan is that most of his wins in MMA have come by submission.
Yeah.
So to call him a pure kickboxer is probably be a misnomer.
Yeah, and it's going to be an interesting matchup here for Stefan. You know, he won't know too much about young Connor. We've seen Connor, he's a guy who's just living the jiu-jitsu dream, really.
Jeez, like
in the gym all day, training hard.
He's tearing through the opposition at the moment. I mean, he recently tore through the Submission Kings event down in Durban, and then again at ADCC. Probably one of the brightest prospects in the South African grappling scene at the moment.
Sure.
Very aggressive guard. We know that he loves to attack the arm and attack the choke. So, yeah, I think we're in for a treat here.
I mean, he's 19 years old, 6'3", really supple, dexterity in the hips.
Yeah.
Just got all the attributes to be a great jiu-jitsu player.
Obviously, long limbs.
Yeah, super long limbs. Obviously, we'll talk about physical attributes. I mean, he's a young guy, sort of like going to hit his stride physicality. So it'll be super interesting to see how he progresses as he starts to hit, you know, his physical stride.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, if you were 19 and could just live the jiu-jitsu dream and stay in the gym from morning till evening and just train jiu-jitsu, I mean, that's the dream, right? It's just
still got to do the work, though, eh, boy.
No, 100%. I mean, it's evident that he's obviously been training hard. I mean, his game has improved in leaps and bounds. You know, if you look at his original results when he first burst into the scene, you know, taking a couple of L's, but then over time has just developed his game, developed his style, figured out how to compete, and now he's just on an absolute tear.
Interesting to see Stefan with that heavy half guard body lock type pass, really trying to pass the guard. He's obviously got the physicality he feels.
Yeah.
But you've got to watch out for Connor. He's gonna pull things off out of nowhere.
Yeah. Stefan's obviously the stronger of the two.
Sure.
I mean, just purely based on the fact that he's reached full adulthood, and so I think he's trying to play to that. You know, get on top, stay on top, hold the guy down. I think that for Stefan to get to the back is the key here for him, you know. I don't think he wants to be playing in Connor's guard. I think it's a bit too dangerous considering like Connor's history, you know. Connor, most of his wins have been by submission. He very seldom goes to points or decision. So I think that's why Stefan's trying to just stay on top and get past the hip line.
Good mount position here from Stefan.
Great position, but he needs to get that pressure down, maybe look for a strong crossface and then isolate an arm.
It's got to be said, young Connor coming from a team that's not only really experienced in competition, but really behind this kid. They're backing him, they're encouraging him, they're pushing him every day from coach through his teammates, really trying to, I think we can all see the talent he possesses.
Yep.
And big ups to him. He was hounding me, his teammates were hounding me, get this kid on the 8-man. You know, so credit to him, man. His attitude is very much, I just want to go out there and perform, win, lose, draw. He's not too phased. He just wants the experience, and I'm really happy that it worked out this way, that he's actually here tonight.
You have to give a lot of respect to someone who goes out and like grabs it, right? I mean, he didn't like just beg and beg and beg. He actually went to Submission Kings, the normal competitions, and fought his way into getting into position into this 8-man. He wasn't obviously part of the first 8 that were selected, but I mean, he put his name in the hat by competing, you know?
Sure.
I mean, winning the absolute division in Durban and then having a great performance at the ADCC Cabo Tournamentosa event definitely has established himself as a competitor in this division.
No, absolutely. He's come around and stuck his hand up, you know. He's traveled from Cape Town to Durban, made sure that we're aware that he's around, you know, and that's massively important. And credit to the kid, man. I'm such a fan of this youngster. I'm also such a fan of Stefan Pretorius. I got to spend some time with him in Heidelberg, see his gym, see his culture. One of the nicest guys you'll ever meet. And, you know, like, I always have a soft spot for these guys in smaller towns, like really trying to take the next generation and
Yeah.
lead the next generation of jiu-jitsu, you know. I can tell you a few years ago, not many people knew about jiu-jitsu in Heidelberg. Sif from Pretorius is out there flying the flag, you know, which is awesome to see, man.
Kind of going back to the roots of jiu-jitsu, you know, like just spreading jiu-jitsu to like the furthest corners of each country, and yeah, you don't get any further than Heidelberg.
No, absolutely, man.
It's a strong 1 hour drive out of Joburg.
And the big motivation for him here is not only prove himself to his community, but, you know, encourage people to come and train with him, you know, like,
Yeah.
I know what I'm doing. He's obviously got lots of experience in his corner.
Yeah.
Just a massively nice guy, and
Oh.
really trying to lead the charge.
Stefan's got onto that body lock. The problem is he's got center spine there, right? So he'd prefer to possibly go long arm, short arm, and then potentially get that right arm across the hips rather, and then keep the left arm short because he's already cleared the one hook. But it looks like Connor's guard retention's pretty strong. So
All
Stefan,
6'3" of him.
Jeez,
is
like it's
proving problematic. Interesting that these fights have gone quite far in the 8-man.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I think the problem is that guys don't want to expose themselves too much in the opening matches. You know, they want to kind of keep their strategy close to their chest and kind of just play it cautiously. The reality with that, though, is that when you push it out 8 minutes and then go into overtime, and then you've got a fairly short break until you have to compete again. You know, so.
Never
There's
mind
pros
the
and
risk
cons.
the risk of the overtime as well, you know.
Well, the overtimes are quite a dangerous position to get into because.
He's on the triangle.
Oh my goodness, that's beautiful. And he's got the angle already, and he's got the arm. He can even transition over to the arm bar. He's already got the A-frame. His legs have lined up. Oh, he's still got the angle though. He's still got it. Oh, brilliant! Upset of the evening. My word. And we were saying that was the danger, was the triangle and the armbar. Beautiful work from Conor Bentham. And moving on into the semi-finals of the 8-man.
I'm with your winner, young Conor. You made sure we were aware of you. You came down to Durban. You made sure everybody got in touch with us so that you were here tonight. How does it feel? Big upset in some people's views. Talk us through it.
Well, first of all, thank you, Stefan. Motherfucker, he's strong. Jesus Christ. Really not much to say. I want to finish this bracket off, and I'll have some words.
Your winner, young Conor. Congrats. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, that brings us to the gi matchup for this event. This matchup will also welcome the arrival of the first ever Bantamweight matchups and the opening of a new division for us. Introducing first in the blue corner, a very familiar face on the competition scene in South Africa. He has competed internationally as well. From the commentary booth to the mat, representing Quan Vessels, please welcome Guy Lazarus. His opponent, a long-time servant of the sport in his own right. He fights out of the red corner from Johannesburg, representing Straight Blast Gym in Bedford View. Please welcome Kalinikos Frengudis.
Check out the crease, blow like I'm Bigfoot, step on the beat. Make a man's run till he step out the cleats. From the whole place scream, gotta get out the. Yeah, I hear him chat to the noise. Move too quick, can't stop for the talking.
Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, this is the first ever Bantamweight matchup. It's a gi matchup. 2 purple belts here, guys that have been around a long time. My former co-commentator, Mr. Guy Lazarus.
Taking his job.
Monique's here to steal his job forever. Taking on Kalinikos Frengudis, who's obviously leading the charge for SPG in Bedford View. Very interesting matchup here. 2 guys very well matched. Let's see how this plays out. A little bit of gi action. I'm very excited for this one, Monique.
I love a good gi match, so this is going to be interesting. Some more things to worry about, grips.
Yeah, it definitely changes things. You've got grips, you've got lapels, you've got sleeves.
And the takedowns are really, really different, so we get to see them work on maybe some loop chokes, some collar drags, and pull guard into sort of a half guard position. Guy working for
Top half, he's got a nice
top half.
crossface there on that left side.
Keep his elbows quite in just to avoid any of those bottom submission attempts.
I mean, in terms of the Bantamweight division, these are 2 of the best guys around. These guys have been in jiu-jitsu for a long time. Great little reversal there by Kalinikos.
So just trying to be really, really heavy on top.
Yeah.
I train with Guy Lazarus quite often, and he's really, really strong.
Yeah, he is extremely strong. And I mean, this is a guy who just loves jiu-jitsu. He lives and breathes jiu-jitsu. He wants to compete. He competes all the time. He's competed all over. So yeah,
done a lot for the sport.
Yeah, he is a massive custodian of jiu-jitsu. So you know, he's a lot of pressure here, Guy. You know, he wants to come out. He wants to make a statement. He wants to perform. It's a matchup he had asked for. And gi is what he wanted to do it in, which is interesting.
So he's been a purple belt for a year and a half now, I think, if not mistaken.
It's also the longest blue belt in South African history.
In South African history. Really, really good control.
Yeah, Guy lists his favorite choke as a collar choke. Obviously in the gi, that's what he's going to start to work with. But it seems like Kali's grip strength is not causing problems, but it's definitely got Guy's attention. You can see the way he's dealing with it. He's very deep in on that collar, and it's starting to cause Guy's starting to address it now.
Yeah, so breaking the grips would probably be key to look at entering some other submission attempts. Again, trying to pull guard, and I see now Guy would work on the close guard, body lock pass positions.
Cross collar here from Kali.
Need to see.
It's not quite on there, but it's got enough of Guy's attention to address it. He's really looking at the grips. Kali says he can eat as much as he wants, but does not gain weight, which
Every
is
woman's dream.
Yeah, which is probably why he's here in the Bantamweight division.
So you can see Guy working on his Toriander passing.
Yeah.
And getting into a knee slice position at the bottom. I'd like to see him control the feet more, get into the passing. So see how the grips make such a big difference on the passing sequences, especially from the top. So this would give the bottom player way more opportunities to enter submissions, because you really can get a good grip on the arm, that gives the top player a lot of things to think about.
And I mean, you just get past the legs, and then you've got a very deep collar grip that you've got to kind of deal with and get past. So
a very, very good pass by Guy Lazarus. So, and he's going straight to the back attempt. Again, like I said, the grips make the difference.
Yeah. I must be honest, I'm very impressed by the game plan here from Cully. He stayed strong, he stuck to his strengths, and really seems to be in control here, which is interesting. And this is the other side of the gi. We've got to stop and tie a belt.
And that's the thing with, you know, gi jiu-jitsu normally works on a point system because it's a much slower game. It's really, really about the passing and getting those points racked. But this is way more interesting. So, you know, they have to work for the submission attempts. And getting past the grips is probably their number one concern, firstly.
And I mean, obviously it's not the 8-man, so you don't have another match to get into, so you can really go for broke here. I'd like to see one of these guys really start to step it up. Yeah. Guys got the ability to really scramble and really turn it up. I'd like to see him start doing that now. You know, like really start to take the pressure to Kali. Kali seems very calm.
And Guy's got a really good wrestling base as well. You know, he's been training with a really good group of MMA fighters that fight with Malaysia for a very long time, Quan Vessels. So he can also bring that into his gi game.
I'd also like to see maybe try and avoid the grip fight here a little bit. Maybe see if we can get in on the leg somewhere, get to the back maybe. Both guys seem quite adamant to get in on the grips straight up on the hand fight in the stand-up positions, you know?
Yeah.
And in the gi it gets very tiring.
Get a good sweep maybe from here. There we go. That's the one we've been looking for. And that gives him top position. He's got good hip control.
Into the turtle now. Again, nice position in turtle. You've got extra things to hold on to.
Exactly. Just see him break him down a bit to get the full back position. And this is where you can slow it down.
Yeah.
You can really slow the game down, yeah.
I mean, you've got 2.5 minutes to work.
There we go.
Great back take
finally
there.
In the back position. And yeah, you can use the gi to get your grips and actually get finishes with the collar. You can get his collar choke, the favorite collar choke.
Great awareness there by Kali to try and start diving his head to the mat, sorry, not his hat. He's fortunately not wearing it.
Also using a hip lock position.
Yeah.
If he stretches him out, he
there
gets full. Maybe even securing it with a body lock.
So his corner calling for him to go back to the hip lock, and you can see now he's kind of lost that bottom control.
Working for the arm. I think he can actually pull off a good armbar attempt or even get back into back position there.
Nice, patient, systematic jiu-jitsu from Guy Lazarus at
Very
the moment.
well done. Taking the back again. Hip lock. One of the blessings of the long limbs. Yeah. So that's definitely the choice.
And his corner massively calling for the hip lock to stay on the hip lock.
Guy really be more relaxed over here, working for the back rear naked choke.
Great back control here from Guy Lazarus. And he's got a minute 12 here. He's in the ascendancy. He's going to really start to look for a finisher. Okay, referee Sturge is going to pause and bring it back to the middle of the mat.
And that position can even open up a good bow and arrow submission for Guy Lazarus. So
this is problematic with the gi tying. I mean, obviously, if you're tired, it gives you an opportunity. But yeah, I'd like to see these guys step up the pressure on the belt tying here.
That's also.
Okay, let's go. Let's see it. So just to note, if even in the gi, if it goes to full time, we will go to overtime. Okay. Bit of confusion on the timer here. Let's go.
We'll have to just put.
Yeah, there should be a minute left on that clock. Okay, we're going to try add a minute on there.
See if Guy can control the back and get into a very good. Change that into a arm lock control. Need to probably just base a bit on his head to get that roll into the armbar position and get that foot into the hip. But we see a reverse Kimura attempt.
Bit of confusion on the clock, so we do have 37 seconds left to go here. There was an extra minute. We didn't get a pause there for the very slow belt tying procedure. 30 seconds left to go. Guy Lazarus again hunting a submission here in the dying seconds.
See, it makes air. Overtime.
Okay. We're going to see a gi overtime, which is going to be a bit interesting.
Something different.
We've seen a lot of overtime here, very evenly matched matchups.
So yeah, we'll probably see them go for the back position.
Yeah, if you're in the gi, I'm definitely going to highly recommend the back
position.
Yeah,
We've got so much option. Definitely some collar chokes.
Okay, we're going to head into 2 minutes overtime here. Okay, deep in talk strategies here. It's all or nothing now. 2 minutes.
I think we'll see two finishes. It just depends who gets it
the
quicker.
fastest.
Yeah, the fastest.
Okay, so Guy Lazarus in the back position, hooks in, seatbelt on. Okay, straight to the body lock for Guy Lazarus.
Really going to ride the time, yeah, because that would be the key.
Yeah. Okay, good seatbelt positioning there. Good bottom control from Guy Lazarus with the hip lock. It seems like the hip lock is the obvious option for Guy. You mentioned the lack of long limbs.
Exactly.
But yeah, he's really adapted to it quite well. He's keeping a good control there.
Also switch to the gi, you know, that's exactly what he's doing. He's switching to gi control, which makes it very difficult to break those grips.
Just talk us through that control there, Monique. He's gone onto the lapel on the same side.
Onto the lapel on the same side, keeping the body lock because we're working for time here. But once you've got that collar on the opposite side, it's basically impossible to break that grip unless we've got a guy who's got fatigue in the arms, because that's exactly what you get in key matches. Your arms are really fatigued from the gripping. But it seems like Guy's doing really well in this position. He can actually go for that triangle if he wants to. It's there.
So for those at home,
we've got
time there. I
46
think
seconds.
The referee might have been a bit fast. Kali had to get that left elbow to the mat. I don't think it was on the mat, but let's see. Hopefully
he still
we can
had
avoid.
it controlled.
Yeah, he did still have the control.
Well, from up. Let's see what Guy Lazarus.
So Guy's got a minute 14 to escape here and avoid the submission.
So Kali hasn't changed to the gi control yet, and that's going to be to Guy's benefit.
Guy's out. There we go, Guy Lazarus, your winner, ladies and gentlemen.
That was a really, really good gi matchup.
With your winner, my previous commentator, Guy Lazarus. Guy, talk us through the strategy coming in here. Obviously, it's a matchup you wanted in the gi. Pros and cons, obviously, to the gi. What was the strategy coming in for this one?
First, just to kind of settle, and then start turning it up as I go. I know I've got the gas tank to just keep pushing as the rounds go deeper and deeper. Yeah.
And we were talking about it. We wanted to see you really start to turn up the heat, turn up the pressure. You did that. Was extra time ever in your mind? And when did you make that decision in the fight to say, look, we're probably going to get to extra time now. We've got to start to save some?
To be honest, I forgot about the time. So I just kept trying to pick up my pace gradually as I was going. Then I was on the back, and then I lost control at that last second, unfortunately.
Your winner, ladies and gentlemen, Guy Lazarus.
Verses coming daily under pressure. Working on applying the scheme. The true style trademark is at the edge of your dreams. I'm talking one shot for the kill. The priest come freeze up. Straight dropping the kills. I'm talking taking over pieces and shares of all sky high. Check the movement is here.
This takes us back to the ladies divisions. The next matchup will see another two women making their debut on the Submission Queens mat. This is the ascending women's flyweight division, looking to make inroads. Introducing first from the blue corner, she represents the Apex Army. Please welcome Sasha Scraps Robinson. Her opponent, making up the second representation of Gracie Jiu-Jitsu Fourways. She is fighting out of the red corner. Please welcome Stephanie Graham. Alrighty, Monique, another two debutants in your division. The possibility of emerging contenders. Talk us through this one. Obviously, you know Sasha pretty well. I think you faced Stephanie before?
I haven't faced Stephanie before. I've grappled with, I've trained with Sasha, but you know, when the cross-training with Apex and the Quan Vessels affiliation. So I do get to grapple with Sasha quite often. So really, really tough grappler. Stephanie, I haven't grappled with her before. I think we've had one open mat together. Also really, really good. I know she has good armbar attempts. It's an interesting matchup. I think it's going to be really, really good.
Very interesting matchup here. Both ladies physically looking a little bit nervous right now. Obviously, the big stage, the lights, and Stephanie straight into the action.
And
we've seen this
bringing
from
quite a lot of aggression.
Yeah. This has been, her teammate had a very similar
Straight
approach.
into
Oh, she's got to watch those arms there.
Sasha straight
Triangle.
into triangle.
Oh.
So we'll see.
So we saw Stephanie's training partner and teammate Nathan Thorne adopt a very similar strategy, come out very fast out the gates. But Sasha doing all the right things at the moment.
Yeah, so I think it's really, really hard to keep that pace at this level. So I think both of them will find their feet in the next few seconds, and we'll see good grappling from both of these ladies. Sasha's now on top, working for top position.
Great crossface there by
Probably
Sasha.
going to work for a good mount position.
Good 3/4. She'll be happy with that.
It seems like Stephanie's going to accept the position. She's trying to get the sweep. So
what I'm liking from Sasha, she's making cognitive decisions. She wants to get to the mount. She gets to the mount. She flattens out her hip pressure. Really, really step-by-step jiu-jitsu, which is great to see.
Exactly.
Which means she's thinking in this pressured moment, so she's really going about the right way. Steph's going to give up her back, yeah?
And yeah, she's going to give up the back if she moves, tries to get out to the. And there's the back position for Sasha.
Nice.
So now she'll work for the rear naked choke position. Full body lock, triangle, and there we go. We've got a rear naked choke on the. Stephanie doing really, really well to get out of that position. Into mount. So Sasha will work for, get them set back into the middle of the mat.
Back to the middle.
Stephanie's definitely bringing the pace. Sasha's bringing a lot of technical, slower jiu-jitsu.
Sure. I think if you're Stephanie here, you want to just try and get to a top position, settle down, catch your breath.
Yeah.
You know, but obviously Sasha's not allowing that. She's really, really putting on the technical display here and like making sure she's not giving an inch.
Definitely.
I'm really, really impressed by her jiu-jitsu, I must be honest.
I'm really impressed by Stephanie's defense. Her submission defense has been really, really good, not giving up her back and accepting that position. Sasha has really good rear naked chokes. When she gets on your back, it's a position that you really, really struggle to get out of. So I'm impressed by Stephanie's defense. Sasha's obviously the one that's giving us more of the submission attempts and top game at the moment.
And again, the rule set's going to start to haunt you because you've got good positions, you've got top pressure, you're getting into, you know, almost dangerous attacking positions. You've got to start to convert those. I mean, obviously there's just under 5 minutes left to go here, so still a lot of time, but every time you get into these positions without success, you're starting to get more and more stressed.
Now she's working for a high mount, which will open up that armbar triangle position.
Straight onto
for
the
her.
head. Straight onto the head there.
Both these ladies have, I think in the past year, also received their blue belts. And they've been working really, really hard in the gym to be on the top of the competitor scene.
Great awareness defensively from
And
Stephanie
there she opens
Graham.
up her back again for Sasha
again,
to... Her defense is super, super good.
Okay, little. Coming up next, ladies and gentlemen, we have a light heavyweight matchup between young Aidan Griffith and Bout-A from Cape Town. We still have a massive combat jiu-jitsu matchup, as well as DeMart Penner versus Dejan Tim in the main event of the Super Fight series, and we will return to the middleweights shortly. Sasha Graham continuing an ascendancy here on attack after attack.
And I think Stephanie's leaving her arms open a little bit too much for the attempt to get onto those arm bars. And she goes for the neck position to give her the... She's not on the...
Yeah, she's got to give that neck up now. You know, you're going to put yourself in danger there, and there she sees it.
And there Sasha gets top position again. She works really well to get to her mount positions.
Yeah, she's comfortable there. And it's a good place to be in this kind of a setting, you know, get into the mount position, calm it down, slow it down after a big scramble like that. But again, the pressure's starting to mount now on Sasha. You know, you've got these dominant positions, you've got to start to find some success.
Exactly. So if I was Sasha, I would definitely work for the back. The back there, open up those high mount positions, and that's exactly where she's going again.
She's almost kind of like forcing Stephanie into turn that way and take the back. I think she's a little bit heavy on the hips. So when Steph is trying to escape, she's not giving her that door to kind of like open the door to take the back.
Exactly.
I think if she allows it a little bit more, the back might open up there.
Stephanie's brought a lot of feistiness I didn't expect. She actually trains a lot more in the gi than the no-gi, but her no-gi game has actually impressed me tonight.
Sure, I think Gracie Jiu-Jitsu four-ways has spent a lot of time. Obviously, guys like Nathan Thorne, who we saw earlier, have really stepped up in the competition scene. They're putting themselves out there. And competition these days is a lot of no-gi, so you've got to make sure you check that box.
So Stephanie's working to ensure her back is not left open. She's probably going to go for
great escape there.
Half guard, maybe. Half guard's probably a safe option there. Maybe going through to the leg positions.
Yeah, looks like she's elevating.
Good knee slice position. And Stephanie working to get on top.
Can see that clock pressure starting to kick in now as the ladies.
So now
whoa!
I'd love to see Sasha get onto her leg, you know, straight ankle, heel look positions.
Seems like she can hear you, Mars. Big shout out to our sponsors.
And she's been quite aggressive there with that crossface, sorry.
No worries. Big shout out to CMH,
Getting
our
excited.
sponsors, the CMH Group and CMH Midrand in particular for this one. Blue Sky Sourcing, Gasoline Denim Co. Obviously Samaf and the great people here at Techno Technologies. It's been a great night so far. As these two ladies start to run the clock down, just over a minute left to work, you've really got to feel, if you're Sasha Robinson, You've had a lot of success. You've got to try and find that submission as quickly as possible.
I'd like her
now.
to get onto those arms, you know, Stephanie's leaving her arms up wide, open for armbar triangle at the
As you
attempts.
say that
So
again.
I want her to really get onto those arm lock attempts. Great
Elevating,
elevation. Good head control from Stephanie. And I think Sasha's top pressure's been a problem for Stephanie tonight. But not getting the success on the finishes just yet.
30 seconds left to work here for these two ladies.
Seeing another overtime, maybe.
Looks like it. Looks like it's a night for overtime tonight. Okay, 20 seconds. Let's see if Sasha Robinson can cause any problems in the dying seconds here.
She's got 10 seconds to make this happen.
If you're Sasha Robinson, I think you're going to be a bit confident now going into the overtime. You've had a lot of control. Let's see how it works. Time.
Overtime for us.
Yep, another overtime. Interesting. Looking at this matchup, I'm not sure I saw it going to overtime, but let's see how this goes and what the strategy is from these two ladies.
Also need to keep in mind it's their debut. You know, it's a bit
Very
of a
good.
different stage to our everyday comps. These lights do have an effect on us.
Yeah, and it's interesting, the setup. Like you're elevated, people are really close. You know, you can hear every almost crunch in here. So there's a lot of pressure.
So it's
So
interesting. It
I
seems
think
like we're going back take position, and Stephanie will give us the first
Sash
attempt.
chose to defend, winning the coin toss, which is interesting. Which is a good strategy if you're a little bit tired. You know, it gives you a bit of a time to catch your breath. But that being said, you've really got to explode and get out so you use up more energy.
She's got a really good mindset, Sasha. She's really good at defending the back.
Okay.
And Stephanie
Ref
doing well
Bobby
to control
Karajanidis has got us on the manual time here, so don't panic. Those of you that are seeing the clock not going down, we are having a bit of a problem. Steph Graham working on the choke.
She doesn't have the body lock, which would give
She's
Sash
out.
the exit quite quickly.
We're going to get the official time there, 21 seconds. 21 seconds to win here. Sasha Robinson needs to hold on for 21 seconds or more to win this one or find the submission. It's all or nothing now for Stephanie Graham.
Definitely. So if she can get that body lock position, she'll probably have the attempt at escaping first. Quite interesting
That
way
is-
of escaping for Stephanie, and we think she's
Choke
got
is
the
on.
rear naked choke position. Well done to Sasha Robinson.
I'm here with your winner, Sasha Robinson. Went a long way there. You were in control for a lot of the fight. Obviously coming out, a lot of pressure, a lot of faces, a lot of fans from Apex. Talk us through the nerves, how it went.
I'm very nervous. I don't think you can't be nervous for an event like this, but you can channel it if you remain calm. They're to your advantage, but that was a fight, man.
What was the game plan coming in? Obviously, you were in dominant positions. The clock started to put the pressure on you, getting into mount positions, not finding the submissions. What was the actual game plan?
Well, usually it's go to back and choke people out, I guess, but that didn't go so well. But yeah, I think more or less was just see how they move, see where my weaknesses are in comparison, and then just negate and control where I can. And you know, I think there were a couple of moments where I would have risked it, but she was strong, so I was like, well, you know.
Your winner, ladies and gentlemen, Sasha Robinson. The next matchup absolutely has fight of the night potential at light heavyweight. First up, a competitor finding his feet and could be considered a stalwart on the Submission Kings tournament stage. He has won double and multiple division wins and forms part of one of the most prominent jiu-jitsu names in South Africa. He enters with 1 draw on his record. He represents Quan Vessels from the red corner. Please welcome Aiden Griffith. His opponent hails from Cape Town and brings a wealth of competition experience. A 4-time AJP gold medalist representing Fight for Fit Alliance in Cape Town. Please welcome from the red corner, Vota Honey Badger Honeycomb. Tail of the tape up on the screens here. Young Aiden Griffith, 19 years old, against the very experienced Vota Honeycomb at light heavyweight. Big boys, strong boys.
I'm excited for this
about
one, Al.
Hopefully no overtime here. Not that I hate overtime. I'd just like to see a submission.
I do think we'll get a finish for this one.
Aiden Griffith is looking mean and focused. One thing we'll know about Aiden's a guy I train with a bit here and there. Insanely strong at 19 years old. He was a very high-level swimmer, athlete, and the Griffith name is quite household in South African Jiu-Jitsu. Shout out to Luke. I'm pretty sure he's watching this.
And Hannah,
and
my favorite training partner.
Okay, let's see how they settle in. Oh, interesting that Vota going straight to the hip toss attempt here.
Aiden controlling, trying to get a body lock.
This is the thing with Aiden. It's quite interesting how he approaches the beginning of a match. He always seems like quite
calm.
nonchalant, very calm. I'd like to see him like put that hammer down, you know. But he's systematic. He wants to work those multi-snaps. He wants to find openings.
I think we'll see him switch it up a little bit.
Yeah. Big.
Great back take position.
And if you're Vota Honeycomb right now, you're experiencing the strength of a 19-year-old savage. Great escape there by Vota. And both of these guys really putting the hammer down here early on, which is exciting to see.
So Aiden tries to get back into the standing fight. So
yeah,
good head
heavy
control.
on that snap down.
Controlling the wrist to see where you can get maybe some foot sweeps or single leg entries.
Interesting that Vota's gone to that hip toss twice. I'd like to see if Aiden invites it in a little bit and maybe look for that back.
So you need the pressure. You need that pressure from your opponent too.
And
there we've got the
guillotine there.
Guillotine attempt. Actually,
he's going to use
really well done.
And I must tell you, I'm impressed how Vota's really making good decisions here.
Aiden's got top position. I'd like to see him slow down here and just control his positions and systematically work for his submission attempts.
Good elevation here by Vota onto the arm.
Got
Aiden Griffith.
Half guard position.
Yeah, he's isolated the arm on the far side there.
Might see him go for a...
Oh, giving up his back there, Aiden Griffith. But straight onto the leg.
So you're getting into a leg. It's a 50-50 position. And he's got a great outside hook finish from Aiden quite early in the match. I told you this one will not go to overtime. Really well done by Aiden.
I'm with your winner here, ladies and gentlemen, Aiden Griffith. Aiden, talk us through how good it feels to get that win here tonight.
It feels really good. First time I came to Submission Kings, I got a draw. Not really what I wanted, but tonight I got what I wanted. Sorry I couldn't get to showcase what I've been learning, but the opportunity came and I took it. Thank you, Al, for having me.
You mentioned you came to a draw. It was a bit of a frustrating one. What are the emotions like to come back and revenge that?
It feels great. I'm glad I got to put on a show for you guys. You guys are who matter. Thank you for coming, and I'll see you guys next time.
Your winner, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Aidan Griffith. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we'll take a quick break here, quick sanitization of the mat, and we'll be back to the action shortly.
CMH Group, not just your local dealership, but the motoring team dedicated to your vehicle needs. Whether you are looking to buy a new or used car online or in one of our many dealerships, our trained staff will be there to guide you. With our state-of-the-art service centers, products and parts, we guarantee peace of mind. The CMH Group isn't just the first choice, we are the only choice. Visit your local CMH Group dealers today.
Blue Sky Sourcing is an innovative, all-inclusive solution for the procurement, fulfillment, and distribution of branded merchandise, display, and visual communications. BSS provides a turnkey solution for all branded merchandise that's fast and reliable, at prices that could not be beaten even if they were sourced directly. BSS provides clients with the ease, convenience, and cost saving associated with procurement and branding of products as a single solution, delivered countrywide. Blue Sky Sourcing.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is now time to fasten your seatbelts as we prepare for the combat jiu-jitsu installment of the evening. Two of the country's hottest MMA prospects with outstanding jiu-jitsu prowess. Introducing the first competitor. He accepted this call-up on just 4 days' notice. Marks his return after a great showing in the lightweight winner takes all. He represents Quan Vessels. He fights from the blue corner. Please welcome Raymond Razor Akert. His opponent is on a meteoric MMA rise and looks to showcase his well-rounded skill set. He too makes his second appearance on the Submission Kings mat and represents the House of Tinkerbell. From the red corner, please welcome Gift Walker. Fasten your seatbelts.
Combat jiu-jitsu. One I don't want to try.
Right, Raymond Akert versus Gift Walker. This is a combat jiu-jitsu matchup. Allows open-handed strikes and makes things very interesting. Both of these guys obviously long-time MMA practitioners. Be interesting to see how they go here. They do have a bit of history. They did compete in MMA. I think Ray won via triangle, which is his signature submission. So excited to see how this one plays out.
Did we see Ray and him in the previous 8-man? Or
Yes, he was in the lightweight. Again, he's becoming a bit of a last-minute call-up kind of guy. So yeah, both guys settling in. They will have a minute from here. If referee Bobby Karajanidis deems that it's being stalled out, he will seat them down, and that will start to press the combat action. So 15, well, we've got 10 seconds left now for one of these guys to really find a takedown. Otherwise, they will be seated.
And then we can see the slapping commence. You know, the interesting thing about combat jiu-jitsu is the
And there we have it, seated position, and now it's on.
The athlete who plays the jits in the combat jiu-jitsu is probably the one that does a little bit better in getting those submission attempts. Not getting too focused on the combat side of it, although that's the fun side.
Look, and I mean, you've obviously got to find a good position to lay those strikes. You know, you can't just strike from anywhere.
Yeah, and that's when you play the bottom game, you open yourself up to the striking positions.
Yep. Well, Raymond's in his right to throw some strikes from the bottom too. Let's see.
He's doing a really good job at controlling the head and arm to avoid the strikes. Has a body lock position there.
So it just takes one of them to remember that they can throw strikes, and then it's all systems go.
I'm sure someone in the crowd will remind them soon enough.
I've heard a few shots of PK from my left here, so it's already a reminder, Raymond being vigilant about it, getting that high guard.
And controlling the wrist to avoid the combat.
Very smart approach by Raymond Akert. He knows
really doing well.
He's at risk.
The
I'd like to see Ray throw something up from down there, you know, make
not attempting it just yet.
A bit cautious of the armbar, maybe.
You know, one of those slaps can change the directions of this match. You know, Ray's really, really composed. You saw it in the last 8-man. He's super composed in his approach.
Yeah, so we will return to the 8-man semi-final action in the next matchup. This is the combat jiu-jitsu matchup here. We'll wait to see any combat take effect. As of yet, one of these guys will have to take the initiative eventually, and we will return to the 8-man semi-finals from here. We still have the Quintet to come, which is massively exciting. DeMart Penner versus Daejuan Tim still coming up. Interesting matchups coming up in the semi-final. Oh, Ray with a reversal, and I think if he gets on top, he's really going to start to affect his game plan.
Throwing some small shots on the side there in the ribs. I think he'll probably work for his body lock pass positions from here.
So in the next round, we will see Tion Gerber versus Jelson Souza, and JP Kruger will take on young Connor Benthian in the semi-finals of the 8-man, and then we'll roll straight into the Quintet from there. And we're starting to see, I think maybe one of them has just remembered that they can throw strikes. Raymond Aikett now posturing up.
Really nice passing attempt by Ray, really sticking to his jiu-jitsu, getting the pass into side control.
I think the crowd here have been treated to the display of Merrick Bengus.
The bear.
Yeah, let's see how it comes into effect here. And I think Raymond's trapped an arm.
And your half-guard position's a perfect place to start throwing the strikes. So
I think that's where Ray wants to be. Heavy cross-face with the left arm. And there are a few strikes to the body there. Not too much.
Heavy crossface. Probably going to work to get into a mount position.
And the idea is for Ray here is going to use the strikes to open up opportunities for submissions. Nothing too dangerous for Gift just yet. Couple of strikes to the body, open palm onto that kind of like liver sort of area. But I'd like to see Ray go body head and really start to open it up. But both guys very vigilant of it. They're keeping that wrist control at all opportunities.
Gift seems like he's looking for an arm isolation to see if he can get a good sweep.
I'd like to see Ray take a bit of a chance here with the strike and really get Gift thinking. Oh, looking for that Kimura attempt there, Gift Walker.
Ray definitely has a good control position, and this would be his perfect opportunity to start throwing the strikes from top position.
Now we can see.
So our first one.
Now that they've both reminded each other that it's available as an option. Let's see it. I mean, Raymond's obviously in the dominant position here. He can really start to have an effect. Oh, a little cheeky one there from both guys.
So Ray's definitely in the control position. And there
Crowd really starting to take effect now. These guys are
controlling.
Oh, good wrestle up there by Gift Walker. I think also for again here, Ray's got good control. Throw something in there. Okay, let's see, 1.5 minutes to work. Let's see which guy really takes the ascendancy here.
So Ray choosing the bottom position.
Taking one for it. Oh, Gift really, but nothing. It's great defense there. And starting to enjoy themselves, used to give and take a little bit. But Gift's got the right idea. Get a top half and just lay it down. Merrick Bengus has given you the blueprint.
Ray going back to jiu-jitsu.
Yeah. This was the problem. You throw that arm out, and this is how Ray beat Gift Walker previously with the triangle, and he's Gift Walker in deep trouble here.
He just needs a good angle to get this finish.
Yeah, throw some strikes in there if you like as well. Yes. TKO is an option, ladies and gentlemen, for the combat jiu-jitsu matchup. Raymond Aikett in a great position here. 30 seconds left to work.
Holding that triangle.
Oh, he gets the tap.
Ray gets the finish.
Massive win there for Raymond Aikett on 4 days' notice, ladies and gentlemen. I'm with your winner, ladies and gentlemen, Raymond Aikert. Raymond, interesting format there. You guys took some time to remember that you can throw some strikes. What was the game plan coming in? Obviously, you know Gift quite well. I think you won by triangle before. Was that always an option with the strikes?
So I had an idea that obviously with the strikes, they were going to want to stay on top and land the strikes. So I was like, okay, be happy to pull guard, happy to let him get excited with landing the strikes to hopefully open up a submission. And it ended up working. So it went according to plan.
Second win here on short notice on the mat. Full camp, anybody that you'd like to face up again?
At featherweight or, I'd love another shot at Sandile, with all due respect, but I would like another go at Sandile if we could sometime.
Fantastic. Your winner, ladies and gentlemen, Raymond Aikert. We're just going to take another 5-minute break, refreshments, toilets, do your thing. We'll see you soon. We're going to the semi-finals. Welcome back, ladies and gents, and we get straight into the semi-final action of the winner-takes-all 8-man tournament. From here, we will have 2 finalists, where one will become 10,000 Rand richer, as well as the inaugural middleweight champion. I'd like to just take this moment again to thank our sponsors. A massive thank you to CMH, the CMH Group, as well as CMH Midrand, our sponsors, Blue Sky Sourcing, for their continued contribution to the growth of Submission Kings, as well as the sport in general. Gasoline Denim Co., SAMAF. Ladies and gentlemen, for those of you that don't know, South African Mixed Martial Arts Athlete Fund is one of our NPOs. We raise money for combat athletes, MMA, and jiu-jitsu specifically. We are really working to help change the sport. We want to get athletes overseas representing the country. Follow the likes of guys like Luke Griffith. Please go and check out samaf.co.za. Help us where you can. Support us where you can. We do have a tournament coming up in September that goes a great way into helping. Please welcome from the blue corner, Tion Gerber. Walking back his opponent from the red corner, please welcome Jailson Souza, that makes up semi-final number 1. Semi-final number 1, a super intriguing matchup here. Tion Gerber versus Jailson. Both had, we can say, I guess, tough wins in the first round. Nothing was really easy, so both guys seem to have recovered quite nicely. Interesting matchup here. Let's see how it plays out.
This is exciting.
I think this is going to be super high level. We saw Jailson very non-committal on the feet in the first one.
Yes.
So interesting to see. I think Tion's quite comfortable sitting guard here, so
I think Tion will initiate probably the bottom play.
It's all stakes here, a ticket to the final with a win here, so both of these guys will be very focused on the task at hand. A lot of unknown between these two, I guess, never really seen much of each other, so interesting to see how this one plays out.
You can see the guys are taking it a lot slower than in the first round. Definitely preserving that energy.
I like the plum tie there from Tion, and he's switching it up, snapping down, trying to get a feel, trying to get a read. Looks like he's keeping his eyes on the hip line of Jailson, very conscious of what's coming up. So I want to see how these guys go, if they're going to see a bit of wrestling or someone's going to sit guard eventually.
You see, if you're so focused on the top part of the body, you know, you eventually open up for those single and double leg attempts.
So we continue with the hand fight here with 6 minutes 37 to work. Both guys happy to keep it on the feet for now. There we go, the first attempt. Straight into the head and arm there for Jailson Souza.
Immediately going for the finish. I actually think Tion's really, really gritty here, so...
Yeah, and that was a big mistake there from Tion Gerber.
It's very heavy on top as well.
Oh, that looks deep. But Tion doing all the right things right now. He's going to start to try find some space. And I mean, at some point, Jailson's going to have to make a decision whether to keep going or just abandon this attempt. But he's really, really, really tightening that up.
I think Tion's mindset is just next level, so...
But I mean, we're not seeing any... Okay, now we're seeing an adjustment from Jailson into the full mount, really starting to work that. And this is intriguing with 5 minutes 42 to go. Tion Gerber dealing with a bit of adversity here. Starting to work on the frames here though, Monique. He's
definitely working on avoiding the... working with his free hand to try and open up that deep crossface on the arm.
It seems that he's not really in all that much trouble, just very uncomfortable. A lot of pressure, Jailson getting that head to the mat now. What should Jailson be doing to really add a lot on you?
Jailson really tried to step off into get off the mount position.
There we
And Tian opened up. So that's what patience does for you. I think Jarlson just left it a little bit too late in terms of hanging around on the mount position.
He seemed quite hell-bent on staying in the mount, where he could have probably popped off to the side
Get
and
that
really
finishing
cranked
on
it
the
up.
arm triangle, yes.
And that's been Jelson's approach. It seems quite cautious, but he's obviously comfortable with the top pressure. He's a hell of a unit. He's a big guy. Yeah, I would have liked to have seen him pop off to the side there and leave the mount position. Tian right away onto that leg.
Tian's very creative off his back. You can see he goes easy into leg transitions.
And that inversion at 85 kilos just looks ridiculous. And seamless from Tian Gerber. So a lot of confidence for Tian now. He's survived a really, really good submission attempt there from Gelson Souza. And he's got a chance here to really get it up. I'd like to see these guys really go for a finisher. You know, it's semi-final time. You've got to book your ticket into the finals. Oh,
and
looking for
Tian going for a leg entry. See, it definitely took a lot of energy from Charles, that attempt.
4 minutes left to work here.
Tian smiling.
But again, you can see Gelson's approach on the feet is very interesting. It's almost like he's trying to encourage his opponent to take the risk, to shoot the double, look for a single, whatever it is they want to do. He's quite like, just keep the distance, hang off, standing up quite straight, you know. Almost
approach.
inviting, yeah, he's almost inviting the takedown on. He's very good and very fast on finding the underhooks and the sprawl, so I think that's what he's really after.
It's very reactive grappler. Where Tian's definitely on the attack wall, going for that double. Big sprawl from Gelson. Gives
Heavy
him
on
the
the
headlock.
neck there heavy guillotine attempt from Gelson.
This is where, again, Tian very, very gritty here.
Yeah.
Fighting the hands.
Deep guillotine attempt here.
And
he's out.
Out again.
Okay.
When we say mindset, that is Tian Harper for you.
But yeah, he doesn't panic. He's very calm under it. But again, now we're in the position where Gelson's almost stalling, waiting for a reaction, see what his opponent's going to do.
This is a perfect time to disengage and look at passing, you know, from the outside.
See what they do here. Double kneel shield, half guard from Tian Gerber. 2.5 minutes to work now. That semi-final becoming a reality for one of these guys.
And this is exactly where Tian was in his previous match, bottom position, working for arm and head isolation. So, looking at
starting to work that leg.
Tian looking at a leg entry, just needs some elevation.
Long limbs of Tian Gerber, and he's deep in on that leg now.
See if he definitely has the knee line, not just lost the knee line, switching it up to the other side.
Working on that leg entry again is Tian Gerber. 1 minute 40 left to work here. Again, the pressure of the clock starting to add up now.
Opening up for the heel hook position.
And he's getting deeper on. Oh, he's lost it.
That was really well done to get out of that.
Yeah. Great
scenario.
matchup so far. We've had a lot of action here already. I'd like to see Gelson turn it up a little bit, you know, start trying to get a little bit more physical. Like you said, he's very reactive. He's kind of just waiting for Tian Gerber to
make his first move,
to offer something and then kind of counter from there.
Getting a good guard pass from here, even if we see him, you know, switching it up by getting in close body lock.
As I see Gelson take a big breath here, you've got to also start to consider factors like the high elevation here in Joburg. Obviously, Gelson coming up from Cape Town. You know, you've got to start to consider those factors. If you're Tian, I think you're really going for broke here. You can see big breaths again by Gelson. But Gelson doing a great job of conserving energy, staying calm.
And Tian's very fit. Yeah. I mean, he's also going at a pace, but I think we will see overtime.
Yeah, it looks like it again.
It's a night of overtime.
Yeah, it just speaks to the high level of these guys in the 8-man, you know, and the risk involved with each attempt, you know. So we've seen Tian put himself in pretty bad positions here, so he's really trying to stay safe. A few seconds left. It looks like we are definitely headed for overtime, and it's going to be interesting. Long limbs of Tion versus the physicality.
Definitely.
Alrighty, overtime, here we go again. Seems a bit of a long-labored walk to the corner there from Jelson. I don't know if he's... I can't say he looks all that tired, but definitely taking some big breaths. Mouth is nice and widely open. Trying to get some air in the lungs. Perhaps that altitude starting to catch up with him a little bit.
It's the second match of the night for them, so...
Yeah, that's also pretty important.
I think we'll see back take position.
Yep. I'm interested to see here, Tion. If you see as he sits, look at those long legs.
Yeah, you definitely don't want to be in a body lock triangle of Tion Gerber.
Straight away looking for that.
Avoiding the triangle body lock.
Danger of a submission there on for Jelson.
Well done by Tion, securing the shoulder of Jelson. And that was 20 seconds.
A lot of pressure,
Really well done.
a lot of pressure now. And Bobby Carrigianidi's under big pressure there to see the escape. But yeah, 20 seconds here to book a spot in the final. All right. 20 seconds to book a spot in the final of the 8-man here. Jelson Souza versus Tion Gerber. It's all or nothing now.
See, chasing the clock is nerve-wracking. Let's see if Tion can make this happen.
Time is the enemy here. Jelson heavy on that rear naked choke. Oh, I think that is deep trouble here for Tion
deep
Gerber.
rear naked choke position.
He taps.
Very well done by Giles here.
All right, our first finalist, Jelson Souza. All right, ladies and gentlemen, that's the first finalist in the books. We turn our attention now to the next semi-final. Both competitors looking to punch their ticket in the final to face Jelson Souza. From the blue corner, please welcome back JP Kruger. And his opponent looking to book his spot in the final. In the red corner, please welcome back Conor Benthian. Yes, sir. Gelson Souza booked his ticket with a cool, calm, and collected approach. Now Connor, the youngster, with a big task in front of him, looking to cause another upset. I think we're going to be seeing a different approach here from JP. Obviously, he's enjoying himself, but he's going to have to mind his P's and Q's here with the youngster Connor Bentian.
Yeah, look, I think JP's first match, he was just trying to get a feel for this this format, and he was just trying to get into it. But I don't think that approach is going to work in the semi-finals now that everyone's got warmed up and had a match already. And also, I don't think you're going to be sitting in Connor's guard too long.
Yeah, you definitely want to play too much in this kid's guard.
Yeah.
So again, you know, Connor's got nothing to lose here. He's physically going to be outmatched. We know that. I'm intrigued to see his approach here. Again, JP with a big smile on his face, having a lot of fun. But you know, you're going to have to, like I say, you're going to have to mind your P's and Q's with this kid. He's really going to bring the heat to you, you know. So this is good for JP. Get the physicality on, make him feel your strength. Try and keep control physically as much as possible. And
you have to imagine that there's a significant strength difference between the two of these guys, right?
Ooh.
Well, he's entered deep onto that arm triangle there. JP needs to look to clear the left leg.
Oh, Connor's going to give up his back in the escape here. Interesting, JP took quite a while to give that up.
Yeah.
This kid, I'm so impressed with this kid, man. To be under that kind of pressure in this format, as a guy like JP Kruger and still find a way to get out and keep escaping.
JP's back retention is pretty tight there. He's doing some decent grip fighting, clearing the hand. Now he'll enter onto the bicep, rotate, and I think that's pretty much it. I don't think Connor's going to escape this position. Oh, well, what do I know? Across the chin is still a choke.
Yeah.
If Connor survives this onslaught, then you have to believe that the cards are in his favor.
Yeah. I'm so impressed by this kid. Not only his jiu-jitsu talent, but his absolute pure heart to just keep going and find a way out of these positions. You've got to imagine the physicality of JP Kruger is just taxing on this young man right now.
JP's a lifelong combat athlete, right? The type of sport-specific strength that he has, like squeeze strength, grip strength. I think that's going to be very difficult for Connor to go against. But my feeling is that if he can escape this back position, I think he's actually got a chance to win. He's got such an attacking game, and I think JP's throwing a lot into this beginning of this round. I don't know if he can keep this type of pace and this type of onslaught for a full 8 minutes. He's doing he's stripping the grip so he can try and get a connection. JP needs to try and maybe look for a head transfer and get him onto the left-hand side, maybe.
I'd like to see JP maybe try and switch it up here. He's had a few cracks at it, hasn't really worked.
Yeah.
Connor's still out. Man, this kid is insanely impressive.
You have to imagine that gives Connor a little bit of confidence going into overtime potentially and it being put into the back position.
5 minutes, just over 5 minutes left to work here.
Connor needs to frame up against that hip and the knee and try and get flat onto one hip and then transfer the leg over to half guard. JP's doing a good job of getting the crossface, which is isolating the top part of his body, and now he's trying to get under the elbow so that he can start attacking.
A lot of pressure here being poured on by JP Kruger. 4 minutes 42 to go. Both guys thinking about that final. I mean, obviously it's uncomfortable here for Connor. He's not using too much energy just yet. If you're JP Kruger, you've seen Gelson Souza get through the final quite comfortably. You want to conserve energy. You want to get this done quickly. Connor right now thinking about survival and then finding opportunities.
Yeah. This also speaks a lot to JP's experience as a combat athlete, you know. Being in these type of situations over the last 15 years, you know. I mean, JP's got a very long career, obviously, in kickboxing and then in MMA. I mean, he's been doing MMA
with the reversal!
Brilliant reversal.
4 minutes left to work. Connor Bentian with the reversal, finding a way out here and showing some physical strength, carrying the weight of JP Kruger all the way up there. What a turnaround from the youngster. Oh, that's interesting. referee Kirk Bloomer calling for a reset and hip toss in between. Kind of
Yeah,
not
a
too
bit
happy
of
about that one.
controversy there, yeah. Obviously, the ref was trying to restart the position, and then JP getting the big hip throw. I feel like Connor should maybe try and come up to the top position with JP. Doesn't seem like JP's very keen for anyone to get on top of him. He's forced the top position in the first round and now in the second round. You'd imagine that a big guy like that doesn't find himself on the bottom very often.
Sure. Would it be a wise strategy for Connor to start working on a leg where you kind of can avoid the physicality?
Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, if you can get under JP's hips and start entering onto the legs, I think that'll be a great move in the right direction for him. The problem is that JP's so heavy and he's shutting down the hips all the time.
But again, that clock pressure, if you want to get to the final, is starting to add up now. Extra time looms again if one of these guys can't find a submission. Interesting.
The crazy thing about this format, though, right, is that we've seen a lot of action and it's been heavily in favor of JP. But in 2 minutes 20 seconds, that's not going to matter anymore. They're going to go into the overtime positions and it's all square again, you know. So maybe from Connor's side, it might be wise to start conserving energy and try and let JP like push the pace a little bit, and then obviously come into the overtime a little bit fresher. But being in the bottom position is not easy, especially in this mounted position. The main problem for Connor at the moment is his hips are quite square. He needs to get one hip to the mat and frame along JP's hip and knee. He's doing a much better job now. Now he's going to get the leg transfer.
Less than 2 minutes to go here. Connor
beautiful. Now Connor can enter the legs. Now he can start entering the
JP attempting a little wrist lock there onto the arm. And it's just going to spell a bit of trouble for young Connor,
Yeah, this isn't a great
wrist lock,
position.
heavy on the wrist lock there from JP, smiling while he attempts.
He dropped to the right side, got the full extent. Beautiful.
Great job.
Beautiful finish from JP there. Great weight for the good breaking.
And I think if you're young Connor, you can hold your head up high. He has definitely been a standout here today, and I'm super excited about this kid's future. Gelson Souza versus JP Kruger, as many might have predicted in the final. Great matchup by these two gentlemen. Well, ladies and gentlemen, the finalists have booked their spots, and we will be crowning a middleweight champion soon. But before that, we welcome the Quintet sides in a team-on-team battle. Each side is made up of 5 competitors. The team left with the most competitors at the end wins. In order to win the Quintet, it has to be submissions all the way. We welcome 2 teams. The first team is out of the red corner. No problem. Seems we are waiting. All right, ladies and gentlemen, October 7th, we are back for the final show of the year. That'll see Monique van Staden take on Jess Munimi in the first ever women's title fight. We will have the featherweights 8-man tournament from there. Some great super fight matchups we're working on. We're hoping to bring a bit of international flair. Take a look up at the screen now. Massively exciting matchups in that event, 7 October. Make sure you stay tuned on all our social media to stay up to date. We look forward to seeing you all there. Right, moving on to the quintet is Team Swanlight, captained by Desley Faithful. Please welcome Desley Faithful, Bruce Hudson, Dylan Carrera-Miguel, Josh Standers, and Marcel Else. The team from the blue corner representing CMH Midrand, captained by Bad News Brandon Odia. Please welcome Team CMH Midrand, Brandon Odia, Byron Milford, Wayne Berriman, Alan Menahan, and Edson Mashavani. Gentlemen, the quintet. Okay.
Let's get the show on the road.
So for those of you at home wondering why, if there's so many people on the map, this is the quintet. It's 5 on 5. We'll see who goes out first. Oh, interesting matchup.
Oh.
Josh Standers going out first for Team Swanlight Lighting Solutions up against Alan Menahan. These guys are evenly matched in terms of weight. I think they're pretty much the same.
They're pretty close. They're
90
pretty
kilos.
close.
A lot of pressure here. Late.
Josh
additions.
weighed in at just under 91 kilos, and Alan just under 91. There's a 100-gram difference between the two of them.
All right.
You'd imagine that just by appearance, Josh has definitely got the strength advantage. Yeah? I don't think Josh has missed a gym day ever.
No. Neither legs or upper body gym day.
Exactly.
Okay, six minutes to work here in the quintet.
Alan
so
is
it's got to be all action.
Alan is the higher rank belt here, but obviously when you get to Nogi, that doesn't have as much of a, doesn't hold as much weight. I think Josh also has more wrestling heavy style, whereas Alan's got more of a traditional Brazilian jiu-jitsu style.
Just worth noting, both of these guys were late entries in fight week, so no one was particularly getting ready for this. Oh, showing for the double leg for Josh Standers, who owns one of the only self-inflicted KOs with that double leg. But yeah, this is where Josh wants to be. Yeah, this is where Josh wants to be, on top, heavy pressure. I've had the privilege of training many times with Josh Standers. This is a horrible place to be underneath. Heavy hips, strong crossface. That's his game all day.
Josh needs to look to cradle the hip rather. I mean, I don't think Alan's got a decent connection on on the neck there. But Josh obviously doesn't want Alan to regard.
To the back, Josh Standers.
He's got a single hook in. Now the thing he needs to watch here is because he only got one hook in, he shouldn't go to the seat belt. He should try and rather use a quarter Nelson. Otherwise, he runs the risk of getting shrugged off the back. It's quite interesting. Both these guys are debuting in the Submission Kings arena, but doesn't seem like the nerves are affecting either of them. I think the action's just been a little bit too fast for them to really even take in the moment.
Look, the nice thing with the Quintet, you got 4 other guys in your corner edging you on. It's kind of like that team sport kind of vibe.
Yeah.
You know, you can just go and have fun. You know, the Quintet is an enjoyable thing. We've just. Whoa, a little spit out there from Josh Standers. I don't know what that was.
No, he pulled the finger tape off his finger and then spat it out.
Fantastic.
Look, this is a strong start from Josh.
Yeah, really. And especially seeing as he was such a late entry here, he is game. Oh, lets him out. Accepting the top half there for Josh Standers.
Would a decent performance from either of these guys get them birth into a future card?
Look, we're obviously into the new year going to start looking at the light heavyweight divisions. So yeah, JP Kruger up there, Tion Gerber could come back if he starts to pick up a bit of size. You know, so a lot of guys to consider. It's a division that's reasonably shallow. So yeah, definitely worth a wild card entry. Both of these guys have been around a long time. Is Josh working a rear naked choke with no hooks?
He is, with no hooks.
I like how Josh Standers has his Instagram handle on his pants. That's the first time I've seen that. Shout out to @Josh Standers on Instagram.
Josh needs to get both his hooks in and extend Alan out. Try and get him belly down. That did take a lot from Alan. I think he's actually bleeding from that.
Nice little...
Yeah, across the
blood
nose.
there. Nice little Dagestani handcuff from Josh Standers. Ooh, bit of blood coming out of the... Is it the mouth or the nose?
I think it's the nose. I think the choke at one stage was going across the nose.
Yeah, you got to make that decision whether you're going to let that go or tap.
Yeah.
So yeah, Alan looking extremely uncomfortable under the physicality of Josh Standers. But I mean, Josh wants to get one ahead for his team here. He's had a lot of control.
Over the legs. That's a very
ugly,
dangerous movement to go through. Josh, you can imagine Josh got a serious squeeze there. I think the choke actually slipped up the face because Alan was trying to get the chin down, and I think that's where the injury happened.
And I think Josh has got the physical attributes here that you can kind of cause problems without hooks in, and you know, you can really just get physical. Oh, and Alan slipped out here to a little back take. No, can't keep it.
The thing for Alan now, right, is that because it's a team event, his main focus now is just to get to the end of the round.
Sure.
If he can get to the end of the round, then it doesn't matter what Josh did in the match, right, because they're both going to be eliminated.
Sure. So for those of you that don't know the rule set of the Quintet, if neither man submits the other, they are both eliminated from the Quintet and the next 2 competitors enter. If one of them gets a submission, they stay on the mat and the next guy will enter, and so it keeps going until we get to the last man. Interesting lineup here. I think if this is the order, we'll see Dylan Correa Miguel up next. I can't see the other side. Be interesting to see how they strategize for this one.
You'd imagine that the CMH Midrand group are going to probably send in bad news next. Sure. I can only imagine. It seems like they sent in like a medium-sized guy to start, and they'll probably alternate between the heavier and lighter guys going forward.
Josh working on a... All right, gives it up. Back to the back. He's got to find a way to get those hooks in there. I think Josh has had really good back positions, but just can't get the hooks in and find the control.
In Alan's profile, he said that he's got a nickname as Boring Owl.
Yeah, he says because it must be so exciting.
I think we see where that comes from. What would be unbelievable now is if Alan pulled something out of the bag now, because it's been one-way traffic for the entire round.
AKA Caramello with the flying triangle pass.
Josh still looks fresh, bro. Josh still looks fresh. 15 seconds. You got to believe that Josh won't be able to get the tap within a 10-second period. And you know, you have to give credit to Alan. The job that he was sent in there to do, he's done. You know.
And eliminated a big threat in
Yeah.
Josh Sanders. But great performance by Josh. I'm seriously impressed. On late notice, he said he hasn't been training much jiu-jitsu, so you know, massive performance. Definitely left physical impression on Alan there.
Jeez, like it.
Okay, and we're going to see next up. A little bit of blood poured out of the nose of Alan there. We're just going to get that cleaned up quickly and into the next matchup. It definitely does look like Dylan Carrera Miguel is up next.
It'll be interesting to see how Dylan copes with the 2 rib injuries he's had over the past while. He's been very vocal about it. It's not a secret.
Especially if he sees a bigger guy standing up across from him.
Yeah.
It's going to be interesting to see. So
Dylan fought
CMH, is anybody getting up for Team CMH Midrand? Keeping it a secret?
Playing their cards very close to their
I'm
chest.
going to say that's probably Brandon or Deer next up. I can see
Yeah.
a gum guard in there, but keeping the cards hidden.
Dylan fought the last quintet with a very serious rib injury, and it was visible in the actual matches, especially the one against Jamie. So let's hope that that's healed up properly. Would hate that to play in.
Yeah, I think he's definitely
factor.
hoping for a smaller guy. Oh, a little trickaroo here.
Oh,
Okay.
from both sides.
It's
From both sides.
Edson Mashavani versus Bruce Hudson from Cape Town. Bruce Hudson says he used to be vegan, but now takes cold showers, and that's the biohack.
Oh,
and
man.
The nickname is obviously short for Vegs. Vegs is short for vegan. I mean, watch out for the flying triangle here from Edson Mashavani. 60 kilos. Great addition for a quintet side, which gives you a lot of space to get some bigger guys. Oh, there we go. Straight into the jumping guard pull from Edson. The nickname Trapdoor Spider. Oh, what has happened here? Oh, he's on the flying guard pull. Has taken an injury to the
serious
lip, which is
injury.
interesting.
If anything, Edson's pretty exciting to watch. You know.
Yeah.
He doesn't always get the finish, but there's a lot of action that happens in these matches. He's had a couple of matches with Guy Lazarus, which have been eventful.
Yeah, he likes to throw up triangles. He's obviously got the build for that, but we'll jump into a triangle, we'll jump into a guard pull, do a lot of like high acrobatic, high energy moves.
Edson's also got quite a deep MMA history. You know, he's a up and coming amateur MMA athlete with a record of 7-3.
Also competing in Muay Thai pretty soon, I think. He's got a Muay Thai fight coming up,
Okay.
I'm pretty sure. So staying active, staying competitive, trying to make his mark. His jiu-jitsu is really come on. Sometimes with Edson, I'd like to see him like play a more calmer approach, you know.
Yeah.
He spends a lot of energy with these acrobatic kind of attempts. But yeah, that's his game, that's his style. It's exciting to watch.
I think once he grows into that style and develops a proper system around a lot of it, I think he's going to be a very exciting person to watch. He's still trying to learn like how to actually execute a lot of these things that he tries to pull off, you know?
Yeah, and interesting I think wouldn't Bruce Wayne at slightly heavier, you know, when you pull one of those kind of jumping guards on a guy who's going to be a little bit heavier than you, 18 kilos on you, you know, then you're on the bottom position and you've got to kind of deal with it.
Yeah. I mean, the reality is that he obviously fights guys more or less his size all the time, so his game has developed around that.
Yeah.
But you obviously have to change things up when you get into these type of environments. I wouldn't opt to be on the bottom with such a massive weight difference, you know. I mean, they were on the verge of potentially having a half round, you know. If the weight difference was more than 20 kgs, Edson could have opted for a half round, which plays into his favor if he wants to draw it out.
Two heavy weapons being saved at the back here for Team Swanlight in Desley Faithful and Dylan Carrera Miguel. Both guys with a bit of experience here on this mat. So Interesting to see how that plays out. We could see young Byron Milford up pretty soon. I don't know who's coming out next. Everyone's keeping it a
decent
secret.
entry. If you can get that foot through.
And I mean, with one draw, one submission here changes the whole outlook of this quintet matchup. So, you know, you get
Bruce is looking very tired though.
Yeah, I think that late notice elevation kicking in a little bit there.
Jeez, like it. But you're right. I mean, they've left all their heavy hitters for last year on the left-hand side, Joe. You've got 2 purple belts and a brown belt left here, whereas CMH Midrand, primarily, barring Brandon Ordia, it's primarily just blue belts left, you know? Part of with Edson going with these very flashy moves is he obviously opens himself up to being counter-attacked, right? You can see that Bruce is trying to enter onto the legs now. So I think he needs to kind of calm it down a little bit and maybe look just to push out to the draw, you know?
Edson holding up well physically. Oh, and onto that triangle attempt.
It's going to be difficult with that knee in the inside. Now he's entered onto the leg. Exactly what we were talking about a few minutes ago. If Bruce can keep that connection there with his right foot to the hip and get onto the leg. Oh, he's got a grip, but he doesn't have a hip connection. He needs to connect to the hip as well. Without a hip connection, when they enter onto these leg locks, without a hip connection, as they start rotating the heel, the hip rotates with the heel, which obviously causes no sort of like tension on the knee.
This is something we spoke about in the recap of the last event. We saw a lot of guys getting on the entries, but perhaps the pressure of the competition preventing guys from getting the proper control before attempting the submissions?
No, definitely. I think what you see a lot in these competitions is guys, especially guys that are making like their debut or their second match here, is that they're not comfortable yet in the environment, so they start rushing everything. Sure. So one of the key things I like to tell my athletes is that, you know, just calm it down at the beginning, you know, get some reads, and then we can start picking up the pace at a later stage. You've got a lot of time. I mean, 6 minutes, 8 minutes, it's a decent period of time to get some work in.
1 minute left to go.
It's a leg lock shootout now.
Edson Mashavani holding up well.
Edson needs to clear that foot on the hip, otherwise he's going to get caught. Bruce needs to reconnect that left foot back to the hip.
Instructions from Captain Desley Faithful for Swan Light Lighting Solutions.
I think they want Bruce to transfer his left leg to the inside Ashi position, which is basically taking the left leg and putting it in between the legs. He's going belly down. He needs hip connection though. That's his main problem. Yeah.
30 seconds. Edson staying nice and calm.
Oh, now the grip slipped.
Oh, could be looking at another draw here, which will make things mightily interesting going into the back end of this quintet.
Maybe a little leg lace there, but I don't think he got the right positioning. The leg is rotated.
5 seconds. Draw number 2.
Okay.
All right.
That's the reality of this type of format, right?
Let's see who they throw up next. It looks like
they're doing another fake, maybe.
Yeah, a little shimmy and shake here. Desley.
They're keeping everyone. I think it's Dylan. I don't think they.
No one knows. They're waiting to see.
Oh, Desley!
Both teams waiting to see. Okay, so this is an interesting matchup. Byron Milford obviously making his debut here. I was super impressed by the show he put on. He was seconds away from booking his spot in the 8-man against Jason Durant at the previous event at Walter Sisulu. Desley Faithful, the captain of Team Swanlight, up against Byron Milford from Vickers Swart. Interesting to see the Night King Desley Faithful pull guard. He likes that top half. He likes that body lock, elevating straight into the leg.
Oh, he's trying to elevate Byron and then get in onto the leg. Go switch the legs into the inside Ashi position and then start attacking the legs.
Desley Faithful lists Peyton Letcher and Luke Griffith as his jiu-jitsu role models. He said if BJJ had found him in his teenage years, he'd be living a different life. He loves recycling, staffy dogs, and beer.
Okay, that's quite a mix.
Yeah.
Look, I mean, that's two great people to have as role models, you know. I mean, they've been our barring the Penny Thomas era, they've been our most recent successes internationally, you know.
That being said, I mean, Desley's obviously a team leader. He had Hemzo's. He's always putting himself out on the competition scene. Came down to Durban, again, made sure that we were aware of him. Obviously wasn't happy with his performance here in the 8-man setup. Had a great showing, but this is where Desley's comfortable. He likes this heavy pressure. This is what he's known for. Yeah. The horns of Desley when he puts that pressure on is something to behold.
Yeah.
But Byron, a physically very strong guy. He's only been training jiu-jitsu for a short time, just under 2 years now. But really taken to it. You know, he's one of those guys you can see he's just come on and leaps and bounds straight off the bat for jiu-jitsu. He's really passionate about getting better at jiu-jitsu.
Yeah. Look, this is a difficult environment to test yourself in, you know, and to go up against someone like Desley, who's a high-level brown belt, got a good leg lock game. I think if he can make a showing here, definitely stamp his name in the industry, you know.
Sure.
Beautiful top rock entry onto the inside Ashu position for Desley.
Byron Lilford says he's the secret third member of the Craig Jones, Gabby Garcia love triangle.
Desley doing a great job of controlling the far side leg. Yeah. A lot of guys miss this, right? They go straight for the inside leg and try and attack. Whereas to get the actual control position, you go to that far side leg, control that leg, and then you can start entering onto the actual leg that's being trapped by your legs.
Byron Lilford looking nice and calm here. I mean, if you're Byron, getting a draw and eliminating Desley Faithful, see that as a win?
That's a guaranteed a win. I mean, Desley is definitely the star player on the Swan Light team, and I think if you can get an elimination there, that's as good as a draw.
Doing a good job of
a draw there, that's as good as a win.
Straight back to that head pressure for Night King, the captain, Desley Faithful of Swan Light Lighting Solutions. This is where you don't want to be.
No, not at all. I think Desley's alternating between obviously attacking the legs, and then I think he's trying to work to get to the back, hopefully get onto the neck there.
All right, less than 3 minutes to work here. Desley again going to start to feel the pressure of the clock. He feels like he should get a submission here. For Team CMH mid-round, if Byron Lilford can hold up and get a draw here, he's done really well.
Desley with a strong crossface here. Oh, was that an Ezekiel choke?
Yeah. All right.
Beautiful.
That changes things. That's a submission, and Team Swanlight goes one up.
Okay, so momentum swings in Team Swanlight's favor.
And that's
I think we got Wayne Berryman next.
The fold here. Okay, so Desley will have 90 seconds to consult with his corner, catch his breath, and look to try and take this one home for his team. I mean, that puts him up here, another submission, and things get interesting. So TMH, CMH, mid-round have banked Brandon O'Dear
as the anchor.
Yep, interesting play. I
think you're going to probably see Desley come here and play the bottom game now and try and get it on the legs, you know. I think he exerted a lot of energy against Byron, and I think he needed to do that because Byron was quite a big guy physically, you know. I think with the weight difference now between Wayne and Desley, I think he can afford to play that bottom game a little bit more without having any risk of having his guard pass and being crushed.
Let's check the replay here on the finish. Did he?
I'm not actually sure what happened
like
there.
A mounted smother there?
Yeah,
Just
it was
pressure.
a smother. It was a smother.
Yeah.
Chest smother.
Nice pyramid, chest smother. I think
Richard Kwan would be proud of that. He's been trying to do that to Rourke for a week now.
Also, Chad Honeycomb's new favorite submission.
Oh, yeah.
Horrible. Yeah, but
okay, let's see what goes on here.
Pyramids up.
Don't be surprised if there's a quick guard pull from Desley.
Okay, let's return back to the action. We are ready to go. Desley Faithful versus Wayne Berryman. Advantage Team Swanlight. Oh, Wayne Berryman with a guard pull.
Wayne has competed at the Sub King tournament a couple of times now.
Yeah, look, he's a guy who hunts submissions. He's always going to guard on his shield, trying to make the most of the opportunities he gets. I definitely would invite Desley Faithful on top of me, if I'm honest.
Yeah.
Avoid that at all costs.
Desley's going to go knee pressure, maybe go hip knee and then go tori under, nogi tori under, and try and pass to this high control.
He could also drop back onto the leg. I think for Desley, he needs to maybe just slow down the pace a little bit, take it at his pace. He's obviously exerted a lot of energy in the previous match. And then just wait for the opportunity to arise. Ooh, there we go. Now he's entering onto the legs. What Desley's done better than anyone so far is get the hip connection when trying to attack the legs.
And panic stations, if you're Team CMH mid-round right now,
yeah,
another submission here really puts you in danger. Desley Faithful leading the ascendancy with a captain's performance here. You've still got Dylan Carrera Miguel and Marcel Else in the bank. Brandon Nordia, the captain of Team CMH mid-round, left. He said to me he's coming for submissions and he's coming to win. So he's going to have a hell of a task ahead of him.
He had a great performance at the Submission Kings at Walter Sisulu Hall. Bad News has been in the, or Brandon Nordia has been in the industry for a very long time, well over a decade. He recently got awarded his brown belt. So I think he's going to come in here and try and give a captain's performance as well. You know, I think he's going to try and lead from the back.
And what we're seeing here again is Desley Faithful setting up a similar kind of position that he just got. Oh, heavy crossface there.
Yeah.
Looking to set up that smother again.
He's going heavy crossface. I think he's going to try and get under the elbow.
Ooh.
But Wayne did a good job of getting the transfer and entering onto the, escaping the actual mount position. As he drops back and he's got the hip connection. He just needs to close the circle now with the left knee. So we could possibly see a straight ankle lock here. Wayne's obviously booting his ankle so that he can't get the extension.
Wayne Berriman says he's very creative and technical, which comes in handy for his jiu-jitsu. He's going to need every bit of technical prowess to get through this one against the mighty Desley Faithful.
Oh, outside Ashi. This is a big problem now because he's got the straight ankle lock there. If you can get 2 feet on the hip and get the extension, there's going to be a bit of a problem here. He's going belly down, which is beautiful, but he needs a bit more pressure on the hip to get the extension, right?
Wayne Berriman doing a good job of staying calm here.
If you could X his feet, that would be great. He also needs to get long. He needs to get his lat onto the toes to try and get the foot to straighten out a little bit. Wayne's doing a very good job of booting his foot. Okay, he's transitioning now.
Great work there, gentlemen. Desley keeping it quite calm, collected, conserving energy really well. He's on the ascendancy here for his team. And I mean, the pressure's really on Wayne Berriman now to try and make something happen.
Yeah.
Try to pull off a bit of a Hail Mary for his team.
No, definitely. I think from Wayne's side, even if he can just draw this, push this out to a draw and eliminate Desley, because Desley's got the potential to run through this whole team at this stage. Problem is Wayne keeps playing into Desley's game of going onto the legs.
Still to come, ladies and gentlemen, the super fight main event between DeMarc Penna and Dejan Tim, as well as the final of the winner-takes-all middleweight 8-man competition, as Wayne Berriman finds himself in control for probably the first time in this matchup.
Yeah, exactly that. The momentum has definitely shifted over into Wayne's favor now. I think Desley's really feeling the last 10 minutes of grappling action that he's had.
One thing we notice about Desley in the 8-man setup is that his style is very energy heavy, you know what I mean? Like, it's a lot of pressure, it's very isometric, and it does have an effect on him in later rounds, you know? So interesting to note.
It's very effective, obviously, in one-off matches. I think you're going to have a very hard time if you're having a super fight against Desley and it's a 10-minute match. You know, I think he's going to push the pace and be quite physical with you for the entire 10 minutes. But obviously, like when we have these multiple matches in the evening, it obviously weighs very heavy on him.
50 seconds just about left to go here. A draw would be considered a win for Wayne Berriman as he tries to survive another onslaught.
Oh,
and the tap.
Beautiful, Desley. Beautiful, Desley.
Which leaves Captain...
Was that another smother?
I think so. Hopefully we'll get to see a replay shortly. Another 90 seconds for Desley Faithful to catch his breath, talk to his team. Okay,
let's
take a look at, again, heavy crossface, tapping from pressure.
Almost like a Von Flute choke, right?
They call him the Night King for a reason. That shoulder pressure is unbelievable.
It was a Von Flute choke, just not the more conventional. You know, normally when you get to that side control position, they're holding onto like almost what looks like a guillotine, and then the shoulder pressure gets the Von Flute choke, right?
So
But
two top pressure heavy submissions for the Night King, Desi Faithful.
Yeah.
It all falls on to bad news, Brandon O'Dear.
The most dangerous man in Primrose.
Yeah, it's a tough task ahead here. You've got Desi Faithful, Dylan Correa Miguel, and Marcel else to get through in order to get a win for your team. No pressure, bad news.
That would definitely be a captain's innings, eh?
In the immediate threat, obviously you've got reasonably tired Desi Faithful. You've got a bit of size advantage on him, so let's take it one fight at a time. You've got to deal with Desi first.
Bad news weighed in at 107 kilograms.
This was an interesting point. Luckily, we saved him with some lighter guys. He did promise that he would be 99 kilos on fight day, but plans changed.
There's a 31 kilogram weight difference between the two of them. Both these guys are brown belts. Both have been training for well over a decade.
I will state my claim as having a gold medal win over Brandon O'Dear.
Oh, straight on the single leg X. He's trying to get a quick ankle lock finish there. Desi doing very well to fish the foot inside. Bad news is obviously missing the hip connection once again.
Brandon O'Dear, long-time jiu-jitsu opponent of mine. I still hold the gold medal over him. I'll keep it safe until the end of time. He'll never get his rematch.
Shame. Brandon O'Dear is such a massive jiu-jitsu fan. He got sent to the most remote part of Africa, South Africa, and where there was no jiu-jitsu, and he managed to get a couple of boxes together, tape them together, and put together 4 guys to roll in this like middle of nowhere town. And
somewhere like Sunderland or something like that.
Somewhere crazy.
Absolutely in the middle of nowhere for work. Yeah, credit to him.
And he did that for like 2 years, eh?
A massive custodian of the sport, Brandon O'Dear.
He was still one of those original street tough Rodney King days jiu-jitsu practitioners. You know?
And interesting here, Desi Faithful getting a bit of a taste of his own medicine, top pressure, shoulder pressure. I think people might be happy to see it.
Yeah. If Desley, I mean, all Desley needs to do is just survive, right?
Sure.
And then that's the win. But Brandon's going to give everything for the next 4.5 minutes to make sure that doesn't happen.
Yeah, I mean, you've seen Desley's tired. You've really got to put the pace on him. I mean, obviously he's going with the pressure, which is fine, but like make Desley work, you know. Desley's just got to stay safe. And just over 4 minutes to go now. All eyes on Captain Bad News Brandon O'Dear. As you said earlier, the baddest man in Primrose. Good head pressure here from Brandon.
For Brandon, I think the main thing they needs to focus on is not to rush into the positions. A lot of these guys get caught into rushing the position, losing a position, and then they spend the next minute trying to get the position back. Whereas if they just take their time and get to the back, you know, systematically work towards the back, then they'll give themselves more time to work from the back. That's not an easy leg call, let me tell you that much.
Good top positioning here from Brandon O'Dear with just over 3 minutes to go.
Yeah.
He's really got to start to make things happen if he wants to get his team back into this matchup. Nice and safe for Desley.
It'll be interesting to see if Desley can get a transfer of his weight and enter onto the single leg X. But obviously, we're talking about 31 kilograms. It's not going to be that easy just to transfer weight.
Little leg drag there. Oh, good elevation from Desley. All 31 kilos extra.
You see now, Desley could enter on the single leg X there. I think he's just buying his time though. I think with 3 minutes to go, he doesn't really want to do much.
I'd like to see him just go for it.
That would be great, eh?
But also, I'd like to see Brandon O'Dear just turn it up now, start forcing a scramble, make him tired. I mean, Desi's obviously been through a lot here, so.
Desi's certainly been MVP, and the only person that could take it away from him is potentially Brandon if he can do a run now on the remaining guys.
Yeah, see.
Not a lot of time to work. I mean, 2 minutes 20, and you don't have a significant position. It's very difficult to force something to happen.
Ooh.
Oh, backstep. He could enter onto the back leg.
Definitely you're starting to see a bit of a pickup in the pace now.
Yeah.
I think Brandon O'Dear starting to feel that pressure of the clock. He's got to get it done for his team.
But once again, it's key to pick up the pace, but not panic.
Yeah.
You still systematically need to pressure forward. Desi's just doing a really good job of guard retention and just neutralizing all these attacks.
Again, this is what we see a lot in this format, is guys dominating a position, but you've got to figure out a way to turn that dominant position into success. You've got to find a submission, you've got to find a pass. You see a lot of guys getting stuck in like these crazy dominant positions, but don't have much else to offer. Yeah. You know, in a sub-only setting, if you're in the bottom and you're fine, you're safe, you don't really have to panic, you know. It's up to the guy in control to really, really turn it on, you know.
Do you think that we're going to see a heavyweight 8-man at any stage?
I really do hope so. It is obviously, as these things go, we have changes, so you've got to have many on standby. We do have plans for October to try and get a light heavyweight or heavyweight title. 1 minute left to work here. But yeah, heavyweight, we want to get through all the divisions, have champions in every division, and then start to find contenders. We are also in talks of bringing back the team Quintet. Yeah, a lot of plans for the future. I'd love to see Pesver come back and defend that Quintet title. It would be interesting to see. I think we'd get a buy-in from Team Henzo Gracie now, so a lot of options.
I think the jiu-jitsu landscape's changed significantly since the last Team Quintet, so it'd be very interesting to see the new teams competing, and the established teams obviously. I mean, bring back Pesver, Quan Vessels, Henzo Gracie, and then obviously you either have Crionch or Eastram BJJ. Oh,
right,
boy.
and this looks like it's heading for a victory for Team Swanlight. Led by the captain's inning of Desi Faithful. Too little too late
a little Ezekiel choke at the end there.
Right.
Too little too late though. Amazing performance there from Desi Faithful. Really, really, really putting a strong performance. Well done. Well done, Team Swanlight. Marcel Els and Dylan Correa Miguel didn't even get a run. Now we're getting ready for the handover of the trophy. They'll join Alistair Bishop on stage to receive the Submission Kings trophy.
A massive captain's innings from Desi Faithful. Congratulations, Team Swanlight. Please come up onto the stage. Desi Faithful, Marcel Els, Joshua Standers, Dylan Correa Miguel, and Bruce Hudson.
Stop that. I hear him chatting the noise, move too quick, can't stop for the talking.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, that brings us to the main event for the Super Fight Series. In the blue corner, a man that needs no introduction. He is African combat sports royalty, making his Submission Kings debut. He represents and leads the charge for his team, Ultimate MMA Fitness in Kalami. Please welcome the mighty Demart Pena. His opponent has taken time off from fighting fires in Cape Town. He represents Pride Fighting Academy. He too makes his Submission Kings debut. From the red corner, please welcome Dejuan Tim. All right, ladies and gentlemen, the mighty Demart the Wolf Pena against Dejuan Tim. Demart made a post today saying that he cut 8 kilos to make this limit. He really wants to compete. He's obviously had a long time off from MMA, returned, didn't go his way, looking to get those competition reps in. I'm a massive fan of that. Demart obviously identified that he needs to get competition experience back in, and we have the privilege of watching him grapple in front of us. I'm excited to see this one play out. Mr. Warren King.
Yeah, man, it's amazing to see Demart back on home soil. He recently did compete again out in France, in Paris, France. Didn't quite go his way. He went up against an absolute savage in Taylor Lapalus, who's a UFC vet that kind of left the UFC on winning terms. So Demart's really hell-bent on getting back into the competitive arena. Demart, for those guys who don't remember, Demart started his own organization called Resilient Fighting, and he actually started having grappling super fights on there. We had guys like JP Kruger, who's in the final here tonight, compete. And so it definitely speaks to his inclination or his preference to the grappling style in combat sport.
And I think that's what Demart's known for, you know, a very heavy wrestling base. He obviously, as the wrestling got better, his striking evolved, and we got to see some amazing fights from him in the EFC. He does have a matchup coming up at Aries. He's going to be in Paris the night before the inaugural UFC Paris event. And like I said, man, this guy is just African combat sports royalty, and really privileged to have him here. Kudos to Pride Fighting Academy to send up Dejuan Tim against a very, very tough opponent like Demart. But I mean, you get a win over Demart Pena here, and it's off to the races.
Yeah.
Again, 2 guys we're keeping a close eye on, obviously with the featherweight 8-man coming up. In the corner of Dejuan, we've got Mr. Richie Lowe, who we'd also obviously love to have in the featherweight matchups. So yeah, a lot of interesting factors here, and this is what you expect from Demart. Very cool on top, very calm, staying heavy, but Dejuan looking pretty sharp so far.
Yeah, I like the fact that Dejuan's using that overhook and then trying to get some sort of wrist control or bicep control. Looks like he's potentially trying to enter onto the triangle. Demart obviously competed recently at another grappling event and got 2 wins. Kind of just getting his feet wet again.
And that's what I like about Demart. He's so smart about how he goes about things. Obviously knows he can get competition reps in on the local scene here. So good for him, man, putting himself out there, competing, getting the reps in. But yeah, you've got to feel a bit of pressure. Demart, he's in some ways probably expected to win this one.
Yeah.
So yeah, but Dejuan, so far so good.
Both guys brown belts in Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. Obviously, Demart's wrestling pedigree is on a different level. Not your conventional wrestling pedigree, but very mixed martial arts specific wrestling style. I would imagine that, I would have imagined that Dejuan would have tried to get to the top position first and not let Demart get into his position that he's basically made a career out of, you know, just being in the top position, controlling the hips.
problem here for Dejan is that his one foot is across Demart's hip line, so the triangle's not really an option, but he could try and isolate an arm and enter onto an arm bar. Now Demart going with the over-under pass, transfer to the, keep passing to his right.
Great frames there from Dejan, left hand on the hip, keeping the pressure off.
Demart's keeping his arm between Dejan's hips. Okay, he's transferred it now, but he obviously runs the risk of Dejan entering the reverse triangle.
Yeah, this is bread and butter for Demart Penn.
Ooh, buggy choke set up. Dejan needs to
wise.
get more angle though. He needs to try and get more onto his left hip, so it'll give him enough leverage to get under his right leg.
Am I right in saying Demart kind of postured up there a little bit the second he felt that?
Yeah, definitely. Demart also tried to run his hips back, try and get a better angle on the hips so that Dejan was kind of like facing away from him.
Don't forget, ladies and gentlemen, up next we will find out who is going to be our first ever middleweight champion, contested between JP Kruger and Gelson Souza. 10,000 Rand and the middleweight title up for grabs as we continue the action here. Demart Penner versus Dejan Tim.
Dejan's leg pummeling has been great. He's obviously recovered the guard using the leg pummeling, but also tried to enter onto the submission quite aggressively using that leg pummeling motion. Oh, Demart's got back exposure now. This is very difficult. If Demart can connect his back to the center of Dejan's back, or at least onto the shoulder blade, then he can start transitioning onto the back.
I did mention at the top here, Dejan Tim is a firefighter in Cape Town, family man with 2 beautiful kids. He is a firefighter at one of the busiest fire stations in Cape Town. We know that takes some mental fortitude, long hours, risky business. Credit to the man, and we are very happy to have him here in this massive matchup.
Demart entering onto the dash choke there. He's getting the breakdown. He hasn't quite got the arm through, but he gets the tap. Beautiful work from Demart Penner.
I'm with your winner here, ladies and gentlemen, Demart Penner. Demart, we spoke about on the commentary, you're obviously trying to get those competition reps in. How important is it to you to come out here, get those reps in and get a win on the stage?
Absolutely. I mean, I haven't fought in a while. Fighting again on 2nd September, so I need to get my rounds in, get competition ready. Thank you so much for the opportunity. Jiu-jitsu is life, man. So if you can't do jiu-jitsu, you can fight.
How different is it preparing to come and compete in a jiu-jitsu stage? A lot less things to worry about or more things to worry about?
You know, the combat one I find very difficult because I don't want someone to be slapping me. But big ups to Raymond and Gift Walker for that round. But yeah, just getting better, man. I think the level of jiu-jitsu is growing a lot. We just need to keep putting in the work. Thank you.
Honor and a privilege to have you here. Your winner, ladies and gentlemen, Demart Penner. Thank you, sir.
Coming daily under pressure, working on applying the scheme. The true style trademark is at the edge of your dreams. I'm talking one shot for the kill. The breeze cut, freeze up, straight drop with the kills. I'm talking taking over pieces and shares. A ball break sky high. Check the movement is here. Yeah. It's one shot. Now the future is yours. Go. Turning dreams into reality. In the lab with the formula and chemistry. The memories spark and motivate and make the industry shake. We put the bars in the brakes. I'm talking one chance at best. Yes, painting pictures for the culture, keep the brushes fresh. Flip the cover, work the drummer, passion never rests. Freedom is our teacher under pressure. Now we blessed. See, I was so good for the glow. It's one shot. Now the future is yours. Go. Yeah. It's one shot, now the future is yours.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, this brings us to the business end of the evening. It has been an emotional journey so far, but we have arrived at the pinnacle. We have witnessed some historic moments and immense grappling, but now it's time for us to crown a champion. These two competitors have brushed aside all comers to put themselves in the final match, where in 10 minutes or less, we will see them gain 10,000 Rand and the inaugural middleweight championship. Please welcome back from the blue corner for the last time, JP Kruger. His fellow finalists joining him on the mat for the last time tonight. Please welcome back Gelson Souza. Righty, Mr. King, for all the marbles, 10,000 Rand.
20,000 South African Rand.
10,000 Rand and a belt.
The biggest prize fight in jiu-jitsu, South African jiu-jitsu at the moment.
The motivation from Gelson's side was to earn the respect of the jiu-jitsu community here in South Africa. JP Kruger just here to enjoy himself. I honestly, I've just never seen a guy enjoy jiu-jitsu more than JP Kruger.
No, definitely.
But I mean, this is the finals for all the marbles. You've got a Brazilian jiu-jitsu black belt from Brazil in front of you. You know, you got to be a little bit serious here.
The interesting thing is that JP has actually been doing jiu-jitsu longer than Gelson.
Yeah.
Gelson, I think he's been doing jiu-jitsu maybe like 8 years, maybe 9 years. And JP, much longer than that. JP was actually, when I first started jiu-jitsu, like in 2009, he was also just starting his like jiu-jitsu journey. So I don't think he took it seriously until much later, but he's been grappling for a very long time.
If JP Kruger doesn't start a T-shirt company that says "Cars Excited," I don't know what we're doing. He's been using that phrase non-stop. I'm still not sure I understand what "Cars Excited" means, but it sounds
like
awesome.
cheese excited.
Yes.
I don't understand that.
Like I do like cheese. Does get me excited, I guess.
I do like a good Emmenthal every now and again.
Emmenthal and jiu-jitsu, here we go.
So in JP's first two fights, he's been hell-bent on not being on his back.
Yeah.
I think key to victory here for Gelson is to actually play the top position here and get JP onto his back.
Seeing as it's the last matchup and here JP is in the final, he did have a bit of a rib scare, and I would imagine that's probably why he's been avoiding being on his back. Little foot sweep attempt there. Okay, I'd like to see these guys get a little bit more serious now. This one's for all the marbles. You know, smiling, laughing is all cool and well, but we want to see a champion here.
So obviously it's been quite a different approach from like the local guys versus Gelson. Gelson's obviously had more of like a traditional jiu-jitsu / judo approach to the takedowns, where he's looking for foot sweeps and getting upper body control, while the other guys have been looking for more lower body entries onto like double legs and so forth.
Sure.
He's obviously made a lot of guys pay for that as well. He's had decent takedown defense. He got in on that basket choke there on Tion at one stage. So it's going to be pretty interesting.
Little multi-snaps there from JP. Yeah, we spoke about Gelson's approach earlier. Like, it seems almost like he's standing up quite straight, trying to kind of invite the shot on him.
Yeah,
you know?
definitely.
He's very fast on the underhook when you shoot.
But if you look at like traditional judokas, right, and obviously judo has played a major factor in jiu-jitsu. Traditional judokas are very upright because the rule set only allows for upper body grips, so they know that there's no lower body grips. So that's why that type of like style comes through in jiu-jitsu. I think what Gelson might want to try and look at is maybe pulling guard and getting a sweep, right? Or alternatively forcing JP to shoot, countering it and putting him on his back. I think JP's content to just stand until Gelson makes a move.
Interesting approach from both guys here with 6:45 left to work on the clock. Obviously a slightly extra longer time round for the final 10 minutes here. Both guys keeping it calm and collected, but at some point you're going to have to take a couple of risks.
No, definitely. Jelson recently competed at the ADCC Cabo Tormentosa, if that's the way you say it, and had a clean sweep there, won the gold in that event. I think he went up against 2 brown belts in Michael Block and Garth Wilby. And he beat Michael Block, who's obviously a Submission Kings veteran, via a submission, and then complete shutout against Garth Wilby, 14-0 on points. So, I mean, he's definitely stamped his authority in terms of like the no-gi kind of events in South Africa. Sure. He obviously had that one super fight against Luke in a gi when he was still a brown belt, and unfortunately for Jelson, lost that event. Luke had a very heavy Berimbolo game, took his back, and eventually choked him.
Just want to ask you quickly as we reflect on the night, any fight of the nights that stick out for you, Warren?
I think Abdel Ghani versus Nathan Thorne was a very high-paced fight. I think if we were going to give like performance awards, that would probably be the fight of the night for me. In terms of like an MVP, I mean, Desley Faithful must be a shoo-in for MVP of the night in terms of his performance for his team, with the Swan Light team. Yeah.
I agree. And that was exactly the fight we expected from Abdel and Nathan Thorne, getting as scripted on that one. Yeah, been an interesting night. Been a lot of overtimes, some cautious approaches at time. And as we hit the deck here between these two finalists, less than 5 minutes to work. All the marbles now.
I think what's been evident tonight is that strategy is becoming a bigger part of the competitor's preparation, right? I think the first couple of events, you saw a lot of guys just come in and do their thing, just go with whatever was happening. I think over time, as they've had more opportunity to compete on a professional level, I think the coaches have realized that strategy is key now.
Sure.
You know, it's a major element of tournament preparation, and if you come in here without a strategy, I think you're putting yourself on the back foot before you even start it.
Yeah, and I think as guys get to see and understand the different approaches in the rule set, they can adopt and adapt that to their game plans as well.
That's
a lot of guys would, watch guys perform on the stage here and see what they do wrong and what they do right, and take it home back to the drawing board. And yeah, it's a great point, that one. Like, a lot of guys coming out with a way more strategic approach here. 4 minutes left to work here for Jelson Souza and JP Kruger. This is the final. I'd like to see a few more risks being taken here and really put on the pressure.
You have to believe that, I mean, it's been evident that Jelson's definitely been the aggressor here, but I think he's been hesitant to let JP sit in that guarded position, because JP's managed to run down the time in previous matches in this position. I think what's key now for Jelson is to either get a sweep or to get onto a leg. I think those are his only two options at this stage. And he's looking like he's trying to get a butterfly sweep here.
Yeah, we saw him do this in his first fight as well.
He could either use this position to sweep or to get onto the legs. Oh, a beautiful wrestle up. That's exactly what he needed. Beautiful.
Double butterflies there. The ref's going to take it. Bobby Carrier-Janides. You need 3 minutes left to work here in the final. You got to feel like it's now or never for Jelson with a good top position. Got to be wary of the double butterflies.
Yeah, I mean, you'd imagine that Jelson's going to look for the pass and try to get to that side control position. He's trying to get a connection to JP's hip, and he's going to try and push the JP's right knee through and then get a pass. He can also start looking at that knee slice pass to his left-hand side now.
He's got his right leg feeding it through, but it seems pretty trapped there from JP.
I see, but now he's connecting his heel to his bum, so there's less connection for JP. So he's going to try and slide that through now.
JP looking a little bit uncomfortable there.
Yeah.
Something definitely bothering him, perhaps that rib.
Yeah. Good chance. I would like to... Ooh, great guard retention. JP enjoying that.
He does.
The eternal smile of JP Kruger.
Looking for that version, hunting in the leg from there.
That's actually a big moment in this match, you know, like if Jelson got past the hip line and got into the side control position, I think he would be under a lot of pressure for 2 minutes to try and like not get submitted, you know. But
1
now,
minute
1:45, then you
Yep.
haven't passed the guard yet. It's going to be very difficult unless you go onto the legs.
Again, I'd like to see one of these guys start taking some chances here. Everything on the line here.
You have to give credit to Jelson though. He really is trying to make something work happen
sure.
here, you know.
Sure. And he has been quite reactive in his approach, you know. But this one, he's found himself in a good top position and now really trying to find a pass and make things happen.
Ooh.
Oh, JP in on that
JP
leg.
entering into the outside usher position, now going for an inside heel hook. Jelson trying to connect his foot directly down to the mat so that JP can't get a decent grip on the heel.
Big moment here for JP Kruger.
Jelson's pushing the legs down so that JP's guard is basically past his knee line, which then makes it impossible for him to actually get an effective heel hook or leg lock attack.
50 seconds left to go here. What does JP Kruger need to do, Warren, to finish this?
JP needs to break Jelson down to his hip, right, so he can get some heel exposure and then get a decent grip on the actual heel. But JP needs to try and get his legs higher towards the hip and actually break Jelson down onto the hip. He could also invert under and maybe try and enter onto the other leg.
Not much time left.
Oh, there's heel exposure there. See, the problem is if Jelson got down to his hip, they would have had a much better... Oh, that was dangerous. 10 seconds.
Interesting end
10
here.
seconds.
I think he's going to survive.
Yeah, he will survive. It's very difficult to get a submission in 10 seconds.
All right, extra time to decide the middleweight champion here. I think there was a bit of pressure there. Jelson Souza showing some heart.
Jelson walking it off at this stage.
Let's see how it... Ooh, interesting. Is it just me, or does that right ankle look a little swollen already?
Yeah.
Oh, he's concerned.
JP also looks like there's something going on with his feet there. I'm not sure what's going on.
Can you see that? It's like...
There's like bad blood circulation or something happening there.
He's got like white splotches on his ankles. Super interesting. Destroyed heads it is. JP Kruger opting to take his back.
It's actually an interesting option, right? Because Jelson's going to get on his back, and if he body triangles JP with the supposed maybe potential rib injury, that could play quite a massive factor into it, eh? I don't know if you've ever had a rib injury and someone's body triangled you. It's not pleasant.
Okay, clock is ready. Let's see how this plays out.
Jelson's got a great strategy there, leaning forward. Oh, Jelson's gonna transition back over to the left-hand side now. If he can get his elbow down, he gets the escape. He needs the elbow down. The moment the elbow hits the mat, it's over. Oh, JP's grip, get your elbow down. Time, 1:39.
1 minute 39. So what's that?
So 21 seconds. 21 seconds.
I'm interested to see that knee. Jelson Souza. He does not look comfortable with that right leg, but it's all or nothing here. 21 seconds to decide the winner here. Jelson nice and tight on that back control already.
What's interesting is JP has opted not to go double hands on the inside of the arm. He's just going with an X position with his arms. So it's a little bit risky, but maybe he knows something we don't. Oh, belly down.
This is going to get tight. Still got the back.
Still has the back.
Great back attention there from Jelson Souza.
Still on, still
he's
on,
losing
still
it.
on, still on. That's it, done.
Yes, the tap. Jelson Souza is your middleweight champion, ladies and gentlemen. Massive performance, great strategy throughout the comp. Showed some heart. That knee was definitely compromised.
Great performance from Gelson Souza. Great work.
I'm here with your winner, ladies and gentlemen, the new Submission Kings middleweight champion, Gelson Souza. Gelson, in the build-up to this event, you said that you came here, you wanted to win the respect of the community in South Africa. Do you think you have everybody's respect now?
Thank you very much, guys. Thank you very much, Submission Kings. I really appreciate it. You guys invited me today. Yeah, after today, you guys know I'm in the gym. Thank you, guys. I want to say, galera do Brasil, é nosso, hein?
Let's talk about that leg. You had to survive an onslaught there. How much trouble was that leg in? You seem to be limping straight away.
So he's got me nicely. I tried to stand up. I showed him my ankle, and I just threw the rock. But 10 seconds is everything or nothing. You come to kill or to die. This is the life.
Your new middleweight champion, ladies and gentlemen, Gelson Souza. Congratulations, sir.
Thank you so much. I want to say, first, thank you, God, to give me healthy. PFA, guys, thank you so much. Rich, you're amazing, brother. Thank you for your support. My family here, thank you, guys. Thank you, brother.
Thank you so much.
Submission King.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, that concludes. Don't go too far. We're going to wrap it up. Myself, Monique van Staden, and Warren King going to bring you our favorite hits of the night. Thank you. Travel safe. We'll see you soon. Well, guys, there you have it. We've got a new middleweight champion, Gelson Souza, the Brazilian black belt from Brazil, obviously representing Team Pride Fighting Academy, leading from the front. A new belt going to Cape Town. Monique van Staden, let me ask you first. Obviously, you came to see action from the ladies. What stuck out for you tonight?
Ladies delivered tonight, obviously. I think Gelson did amazing. It was an incredible performance in every single match. In terms of the ladies, Nicole definitely stood out to me tonight. Her armbar finish was, I feel like she needed to get one back. So definitely Nicole stood out for me, and obviously Stephanie and Sasha and Carla were absolutely great in their tactical abilities.
I turn to you, Warren. Obviously, we saw Gelson execute a near-perfect game plan, get to the final with enough energy, dealt with a bit of adversity. We saw that knee in trouble. What did you make of his run?
I think Jason had a very clear game plan, and he stuck to it the entire way. He wanted to get on top, wanted to get to the back, and that's what happened. You know, he really tried to make something happen in the last match. It was very difficult. JP was content to be in the guard position or just to keep standing, but he managed to make something happen. There were some very scary moments there at the end. Gelson seemed like he had to walk off quite a bad heel hook attempt there, and but you know what? He persevered and got the job done.
We spoke about teams watching more, seeing different strategies. We saw Gelson's approach here. We saw a few other approaches. We're going to go back to the drawing board and see what you come up with. Do you think we can take anything away from the approach we saw from Gelson tonight?
I think what everyone should learn or take away from this is that strategy is key. It can't be something that's overlooked going forward, right? If you come here without a strategy, you're already on the back foot. It's going to be very difficult to get a win here.
Fantastic. what a great evening of jiu-jitsu entertainment. We saw all sorts of action, a lot of overtime, which spoke to the level that we saw here tonight. 7 October, the last event for the year. We're going to crown another champion, the featherweights. The ladies' title by Monique van Staden versus Jess Munimi. Stay tuned. Thank you for tuning in. We'll see you soon.